We're ready. A brand new day. A brand new year. And you know what? Fine. Y'all are right. It's time for some D&D. I'm ready. I don't have Cheetos though, but we'll make do. It's fine. We'll do our best. I'm gonna try and be on all my DMA game today, even though I have no crusty orange snack. So, or Mountain Dew. I'm really throwing as a DM, aren't I? You know, it's what they say always is you can have the cloak, you can have the blade, you can pawn to the orb, but if you don't have the snack, what are you even doing? So anyway, hey, today is the brand new start of a very important event in my streaming career. Today is officially the beginning of the first Realms of Eldara stream game, Path of the Luma'ri. And of course, I am joined by the first ever on-stream player, Galactic Goldfish. Fishy. Fishy. It's time. Are you ready? Are you ready? Fishy, we are going to have an adventure. We are going to attempt to not get you killed. And I will do my absolute very best to try and give you the backstory, drama farming, overly dramatic bullshit you want. Because God knows I know what kind of D&D likes to play. So, wait, did I try to call you Fishy? Hold on. Are we still in the same call?
Yeah, we're still in the same call. Hi.
Oh, hi. Okay, I wasn't sure I had to call back. I thought I ended call. I need to call you back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can leave if you want.
Well, it's less dramatic, but no, it's fine. This is this is better. This is better.
I mean, chat. Pretend you saw nothing. I can leave and then here it'll be dramatic. By okay, but.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let me just call. Let me call Fishy. Let me. Hello. Hello.
What the fuck?
I love. Wait, oh, hi. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, hi. Your call has been directed. I'm sorry. You couldn't reach the number you were looking for.
Oh, God, it's because I said hi in French. God damn it. That's right.
Please leave your message after the beep.
No, don't do the TikTok trend where they think that scammers are talking to Alexa. Please. I don't want to play D&D with Alexa. That other guy canceled that one time. So,
God, did Alexa say some sus shit?
I don't think I can even repeat it on stream.
Oh my God.
So, hold on. Let me make sure my levels are good. Make sure you're loud enough.
One question.
Yes. What is your one question?
Do I need a character sheet?
Today, no. You're good.
Okay, cool.
Today, we got it figured out. We got it. It's all nailed down. Next week it's actually gonna be pretty I gotta figure something out to make your character public knowledge, but I don't want to use D&D Beyond, right? Because the problem is D&D Beyond steals your shit.
That's true.
So I can't
indeed.
Right, so I can't put the Astral Knight on D&D Beyond for everyone to see. Oh, what's Runa carrying?
Put it in your Discord. Just make a channel that people aren't allowed to talk in. Blah, blah.
We can do that. Probably a better idea, actually, now I think about it. All right, so are you excited?
I am. I'm very excited.
What?
I even have my drawing tablet open, and I found like old looking paper background, and I have stuff to write notes.
Good. What is the last D&D game that you played? When was the last time you played D&D?
This morning.
You played D&D this morning?
Yeah.
You are fresh then. All right. Well, okay. God damn it.
I play every Monday morning.
It's not Monday.
Oh shit! Yesterday, sorry.
It's Tuesday, bro.
I slept. I promise.
Have you ever played evening D&D?
Yeah. But
What?
I've only ever played evening D&D in person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because morning D&D is
I-
different.
Yeah, it absolutely is. There's still coffee at both though.
There is, but you have more chance of dying in evening D&D.
Oh, that's because I go to my local game store that requires me to go to public, and then there's a parking. I get it. Yeah.
Not just that. There's lots of things involved in morning versus evening D&D. So morning D&D, great. Everyone's on. They're awake. They're ready. They're good to go. Evening D&D, people are trying to medicate from the day. So
You understand I wake up at 6 a.m. to play D&D. I'm not really awake for the first 2 hours.
I get it, man. I get it. But it's different than evening D&D, where half your group are trying very hard to skim the line between being drunk enough that they don't remember they have shitty jobs and hate their lives, but not so drunk they get kicked from their D&D game.
I've actually never played D&D where people are drinking.
Oh, it's different. You know what that group needs? That group needs a group mom.
I think like 3 people were the group mom.
Yeah, you definitely needed us if
We
people are
just
drinking.
didn't have the group DGen.
Oh. Well,
So
that's a missing balance then.
Mm.
So if you're gonna play morning D&D, you need someone who stayed up since yesterday and will go to bed after the D&D game, right? That's the DGen. Wait, what? What?
I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
I'm not painting a picture about you. I'm just saying this is a theoretical
It was
individual.
evening D&D, Blaze. Shut up.
It's a theoretical, purely, okay?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm very excited. This is a brand new project that we're trying out, basically, so we get to hang out and play D&D together once a week, and make a stream out of it, I guess. So I don't know what the production quality is gonna be like. It's gonna grow, as things go on. I'm gonna be making assets and stuff.
Low stress.
Absolutely.
This is here for silly hours.
Absolutely. The only game we had to make it to was the first one. And after that,
true,
man. And whether we're gonna make it to any other game after this is just gonna be
depends on if I get a job.
Super hoping that happens, but we will have to figure some shit out.
We will absolutely have to figure some shit out.
We'll have to, we'll figure it out. It's fine.
It's okay. I'll microtransact my way into another game. It'll be fine.
The microtransaction game is canceled for now.
Wait, I thought that you were gonna let people give me a magic item if they microtransacted.
Here's the thing. I have no like this is not a strictly interactable D&D game where it's like, oh, you can like vote for polls and stuff and do that kind of stuff. I'm not going to run that kind of D&D game, but I am also very and extraordinarily willing to actually be the only one honest in this room, in this entire stream, and say everyone has a price.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Like act of God killing your character has a price.
Okay, let's not go that far. With love, let's not go that far.
No, but I'm just saying it has a price.
Like, just make me cry. Don't kill my character.
It has a price.
Okay, chat. If anyone in this fucking chat pays that price, I swear to God, I will come after you.
Well, but that's the thing. It's like you're willing to lose that character.
No, I'm not.
Potentially lose that. Okay.
Make her cry. Break her down emotionally. Make her never want to go on an adventure again. Sounds good. I love how. Okay, chat. I want you to know something. Me and Evan were chatting before stream, and I was like, I can't wait until the moment that happens today, because like I have to keep stream open where Evan just sighs and puts his face in his hands, because then I know that I have succeeded. And Evan's reply was, well, that's not going to happen today.
Nope. I
just want to say it's less than 20 minutes in. I've already succeeded my goal.
When did I do? I didn't do some shit. What are you talking about? I didn't.
Will you do it for the Scooby snacks? Leave Runa alone. She doesn't give shit about your Scooby snack.
Listen. So, Runa.
Yep.
Background on Runa.
Yep.
She is from the village of yet TBD named, but she is of a very rare race of the sort of the anthro folk, those who spent time around the proto-elves and their wild gods long enough to actually take on some of the characteristics of the not quite wolf-like spirit, like On the scale of
A
like
very chill, quote unquote, wolf spirit. Yeah.
well, here's the thing. On the scale of like
Mhm.
canine spirits to have your like lineage bloodline, you know, be
Mhm.
morphed after, on a scale of like, you know, the pug
No.
to like the wolf,
Yeah.
you're like at a chow chow 0.5.
Yeah, like we're definitely in like the Chow Chow Akita, big fluffy dog, whatever, guard dog, etc. Yeah.
Like there are like
Yeah.
there are 7'2" hot wolf mommies out there.
Oh my god.
Somewhere in the world. Somewhere in the world.
How much? What's the price for that one?
But there's also with this rule set, we have to consider if there's sort of an anthro story for anyone who wants it in the world. We have to also admit that there are like pug girls.
We don't actually.
Like the thing is though, they don't have the fucked up noses because they just have the ears, right, and the tails. But whenever they start exerting themselves even a little bit, they start doing that pug like snort.
All pug girls just have asthma.
They just, but it is so far beyond asthma. All right, it's just, you know, it's like there's this dude in my neighborhood that walks 3 Frenchies, and you can hear them coming.
Oh, they're just like
yeah,
all
they're
the time?
just snorting and dying the entire walk. You know, and I'm like, why did we do this to dogs? We had wolves. We made them small and we made little terriers. Okay, fine. We made them like, you know, big and muscly and Doberman or whatever. Why did we do pugs and Frenchies?
Rich people with too much time and a penchant for dog breeding, I guess. I don't know.
You know what? I am going to remove the wild gods of dog spirits that have difficulty breathing from my world canonically. I'm doing it.
You know, you're a hero for that.
I'm not letting.
I mean, you could just say they're all going to be wolf girls, and just some of them are more friendly.
Asthmatic wolf girls. All right. Well, Runa is from the Inokai tribe, so a very secluded group of I guess you'd say wolf descendant people. So not in any sort of actual playable capacity right now, unfortunately or fortunately.
Because I'm special, chat.
Is Runa perhaps going to be the entire, you know, basis of the lore around this entire culture? Is she going to be the only representation we ever have of this character?
That's a lot of power.
Honestly, at this point, it's looking like yes, realistically.
You're giving me a lot of power. I just want to point that out.
I'm willing to, because I trust you to do the right thing. I trust you to do the right thing. I've trusted you with the most important, you know, like a character analysis, right? You know, like chooses the right snackies. That's important. Watches the right kind of anime. Doesn't lose the lolly. That's important. You know, I don't know if you've been on Twitter recently, but apparently it's very important.
Out of left field.
So, you know, well, I'm just saying, how else am I going to gauge someone's moral character in order to let them have a part of Eldara, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is why.
Okay, but we can establish that like not every flat girl equals lolly, right? Like we can set that line, right? Because like flat women exist.
So Eldara is an idealistic fantasy world.
Let's go, flat women.
So I decided that there are certain things like in fantasy, it's like, okay, certain things in historical, like, you know, fantasy or whatever, we tend to omit because it doesn't fit into our.
As far as the eye can see.
It just doesn't fit into our fantasy. Like everyone wants a quaint, you know, 14th century English town with a little, you know, blacksmith and whatnot and swords and sorcery, but no one wants the bubonic plague. You know?
But what about the booba, Nick?
No, stop. So we remove things from our D&D game that we don't want, that remind us of things that we don't like in real life. We remove plagues. We remove, you know, the lack of sewage systems in most old, townships and cities and whatnot. We remove the lack of hygiene in our D&D games, you know, that was historically present. We also remove.
That's what prestidigitation is for.
Oh, there's some things you can't prestidigitate away.
If you try hard enough and you devote enough time, you can prestidigitate anything.
Tell it to Asmongold. So other things like taxes. Taxes don't make it into, D&D.
Oh,
right?
True. Yeah, fuck taxes.
Because I don't want to take a group of 30-something-year-old millennials and say, hey, you can go on this adventure, but also, by the way, whenever you sell something, you have to report it, and you have to get it right.
It's a great way to make a bunch of 30-something-year-olds cry. Yeah. Yeah,
and then otherwise you go to jail. So we're removing that, and we're removing washboards. So there you go. No washboards. I'm sorry. Not gonna happen.
Evan has spoken.
Mm-hmm.
Booba windows for all.
So says Evan. All right. So
Equal
Runa.
opportunity booba windows. Yes, sorry.
Runa is an Inaku from the hidden village of wherever it was that we hadn't named.
You're starting to make her sound like she's a ninja from Naruto.
She can be if you want. I'll be okay with that. Listen, man, you can be the cringe girl in 10th grade that wore a nerd headband to school.
No, I don't want to be that cringe.
I'll remind you about that.
I wasn't that cringe. Because I was too poor to have one.
Ooh, dodge the bullet.
Wouldn't be.
I think we need a little backstory. I think we need a little. We should catch people up from where we are at as of last week. I think that'd be a good a little recap is what I like to start every D&D game off with. Sometimes I do it, get my players to do it. Sometimes I do it. So why don't I do it this week, and we'll settle right into where we're at in the world right now. So for those of you who missed it last week, we decided a little bit about where Runa was from, what she's doing, and a couple things. We need to answer a couple questions, right? A couple of questions to do with how the Astral Knights work and how Runa is different, and go through it like that. And so we did that last week. It was a lot of fun. So today we TLDR, get everyone caught up so that we can start the game officially today. And with that, let me tell you the backstory of Runa. Do you have a last name, by the way?
Not yet.
Man, her last name's so sick. When you guys
hear it. Why would you tell a bunch of people her last name? If this is a story of other people knowing of her, then they're just gonna know her as Runa. You go around telling everyone your last name. Actually, you do.
Literally in my Twitch name, okay?
Okay, it's not my fault that you decided to skip the whole doxing train, okay?
Listen, if I'm gonna be famous enough as an artist, it won't matter. It's just use your real name, right? Okay. All right. So, Runa, a young Astral Sage candidate from her Hidden Valley village.
Stop it.
She was in fact selected to be an Astral Sage at a very young age, we decided, to which her gifts had proven rather potent in the Astral Aura. She decided that she was a little more hands-on and took the initiative to join the Astral Knights, a mystical order of Astral Sages who wield a great and unique power from the Astral Sages. They command their astral magics through a very interesting series of tattoos on their body, as well as an astral steel blade, one that carries a great enchantment in it that allows for the use of powerful astral magics and the quick activation of certain runic spells, allowing Astral Knights to transcend martial combat and be a link between the martial fighters of old and the Astral Sages of the modern era. Mastering the blade was the beginning of her story in the Astral Knight Order, and Runa quickly became an established knight. So she got her blade, she became a knight. She was a fierce combatant within the order, and one of the more, let's just say, free-spirited members. So the order itself is obviously a very intense place, dark, foreboding walls and quiet corridors with chants and, incense being wafting throughout the temple. Runa is a little bit more, as her masters and mentors would have put it, free-spirited. There were certain aspects of the Astral Knight Order that did not quite fit in with what she had wanted out of her life of adventure. And a couple of events happened that were catalysts of maybe a sorrowful farewell between her and her old compatriots. However, the day did come when Runa would turn in her blade. I believe she left her astral steel weapon on her sleeping cot and disappeared in the night. So everyone kind of knew that it was coming. They kind of knew that it was going to happen, and those who were close to her at the temple wished her well on whatever adventure she was going to do. But now she is a knight without an order, a warrior without a weapon, and thus someone who is possesses a very dangerous set of skills, but not the implements to use it. However, after she returned to her village, wondering what her next move should be, there is a small set of runes, of Eldaria runes, that were very close to her village that she often played at and enjoyed spending time around when she was young, learning the Astral Sage arts. However, when she returned, there was a strange set of runes that she had never recognized before. These runes were Astral Knight runes, and before her training, she would have no idea what they meant. But after her training, they were a key. The runes present themselves a small door and the opening into a deep cavern under the runic site. As Runa found her way to the bottom, she found a chamber of oddities and collections of goods and tomes and scrolls from a time very early in the Astral Sage Order. This was the hidden chamber, a reliquary of a very powerful Astral Sage. As she did readings through journals and uncovered secrets and treasures, she uncovered a couple of different interesting oddities. One was a spear, a very unique spear. It was made of astral steel, the same material that allows knights to actually cast their spells. So although Runa was not gifted with the spear, she now had an implement, something that is from before the Astral Knight era, where they cannot confiscate her steel. It is not of the order. So she may resume her training as an Astral Knight, find direction. That's about where we got with the recap from last week. However, in addition, she found a journal by a individual by the name of Ida Krell, a Luma'ri guardian. Now, Fishy, you know the Luma'ri is a term used for the very first Astral Knights. Those who wielded the powers of both sages and knights before the formation of formal orders. So this is ancient. This dates this entire tomb, reliquary, whatever you want to call it, to about 1400 years ago, just over. So it's quite the find.
Yeah.
As you found your way through the journals, you decided that there were small references, small, strange names, places, things that don't quite add up. There's one entry in particular that identified a certain individual in the Aldarian kingdom that was one of their greatest sages. Except, that's weird, because history recalls the Aldarians had no great sages. They didn't possess the astral aura. They had no knights, no sages. They were masters of the arcane. So that can't be. This first-hand account of there being sages from the now shattered sea would imply a history of knowledge beyond and before what current modern day sages are sort of playing with. As you know, the Aldarians were very dangerous individuals. They possessed great powers in magic, and they possessed an even greater hubris to eventually lead to their downfall when they attempted to sap the world of its very ley lines and crystallize the magic for their own nefarious or virtuous. It's hard to say, but whatever their deeds were, They destroyed themselves. They were a lesson in the overuse of power and the overconfidence of we as the mortal races. So I believe that spurred you to go on an adventure to at the very least, your next move while you're trying to figure out what you were going to do was to find your way to the Shattered Sea and see if maybe any of these connections were real, you know, or if this was the ravings of an old guardian that, who knows, could have been maddened by some disease or stricken by some curse. Or perhaps maybe history as you know it needs a little bit of a tweaking. So you find yourself finally now sailing across the world. It was a long journey. You had to go through multiple port cities and sail across a very large stretch of ocean. However, the ship that you're on is a very unique type of ship that is gifted in both sea and air travel. And so as you've never been to the Shattered Sea, it's quite the sight to see the ocean kind of rolling off of a great waterfall on the eastern side of the Shattered Sea. But hold up, I'm trying to get you up here. That. Oh, not that one. There we go. Okay, hi. Okay, you're so cringe. I can't.
I have ears.
I can't. I actually forgot.
I'm committed to my role.
All right. You sailed past the city of Nazareth and off of the ocean waterfall as it plummeted down into the Shattered Sea. To which your ship...
Am I in the way?
No, you're good. Yeah, you're fine. You have the entire field if you want it. Yeah, this is your dude. I have a box. You have the rest of the map.
Oh my god, wait.
Yes.
Your box. Okay, understandable.
What's wrong? Yeah, listen, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Your ship took flight, though, as soon as it hit the edge of the waterfall, erupting with two large wings that were hidden under the water, carrying your boat across the cloud ocean of the Shattered Sea. As you are entering the last bits of your voyage towards Grand Crest, the heart of the Shattered Sea, formerly the Aldarian Empire, there's one entry in particular that you scroll through your journal, sort of trying to find new clues and new hints. One entry that's kind of later on in the book that you maybe haven't gotten to yet or hasn't piqued your interest, but it reads: Ida Krell, Luma'ri Guardian, Order Year 433. She writes, I spoke with the Lord Starspeaker at length today. We spent an unusual amount of time speaking of trivial matters before he arrived at the topic of his invitation. He wishes the Luma'ri techniques to be kept well guarded and asked me without order or to form a council that the other masters and I keep from teaching students. I reluctantly agreed, though I fear that I'm not the one he should be concerned with recklessly administering training. Master Cardin in Eldaria has already written to me of his intent to form an Eldarian knighthood of Luma'ri. He bragged of even uncovering techniques that the East has yet to imagine. He claims that their mastery of arcane material has allowed them to forge a steel capable of channeling ritual-level spells to their weapons. I highly doubt their bodies could withstand being a conduit for that much power. And the page kind of trails off with little dots of ink, as if she's kind of tapping her pen on the page, considering. A new line below starts, though. If there was a way to complete such a feat, it would be a new evolution of our power. I fear that an impetuous distribution of these techniques to a newly formed order could lead to the very outcome the Lord Starspeaker wishes to avoid. I will make plans to visit the temple in Eldranis in the spring to see for myself. For now, I am so tired. The burden of our newfound powers in my body are great, and I feel the use of an atlas is insufficient. Perhaps I'll ask one of our weavers about engraving the bloody rune on my very skin. She must be talking about the runes that you keep tattooed on your skin that are part of every astral knight that allows them to channel their powers. So this is an early proto knight from before sages were really establishing the knighthood orders. The way she talks about certain things in this entry are peculiar. She talks very casually about a master that she knows by name in Aldarian or in Aldaria. But as far as you knew, there weren't any masters of the sage arts in Aldaria. They were very tightly guarded in their arcane arts, and they didn't have anything to do with primitive sage magic. They didn't have any need for, the powers that your order learned. A couple of things stand out. If the steel in your weapon is the same steel that your order blades are made of, that would imply that there's some other lost technology of steel that could possibly be used to channel even greater magics. This could be very, very dangerous in the wrong hands. And while it's not within the necessary jurisdiction of the Astral Knights for them to go out and seek these things, you might have a lead on something very interesting to continue your training.
So from the journal, I can gather that my spear is made out of the same steel of the Astral Knights of today, but that there's potentially another sect, or was another sect that made steel that was different, that was potentially more powerful.
Yeah, your basic knowledge of history of the Aldarians leads you to believe that they were very good at crafting materials, at crafting metals, at crafting magical goods. So they were very skilled and adept in that, in a way that no one has been since. I mean, the Aldarian Empire collapsed about 1,300 years ago. And since then, there's almost been like a lost covet for the art of like making Aldarian gold or Aldarian iron. So if the Aldarians were making astral steel, that could unlock a new level of abilities or training the current knights have no idea about, basically. Even this master Cadron or Cardin was sort of bragging about this to the journal holder. So
how do you spell that?
Karden. I'll send you the entry if you like.
Oh, thank you so much. I was over here scrawling notes as fast as I could.
There you go.
Thank you.
So right now, it's your best guess. It's your best lead right now is to figure out where some of these places are. I mean, Ida mentioned that there's a temple in Eldranis, but where that is in modern day, it's hard to say. But might be a good first lead or first clue for, where you might be able to uncover some of this mystery, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I think that trying to find the temple makes the most sense. So probably headed towards like a capital city or a place that's known to have, like, I assume that there are like libraries that keep records. Like that, I know that the Astral Sages also kind of like function as. My brain just said apothecaries because I've been watching so much Apothecary Diaries. But that's not the word. If you
start growing sage, I'm out.
Anthropologist. That's what I wanted to say.
There we go. Okay.
Sorry. Words are hard.
They're all right. It's fine. You are on your way to Grand Crest. So it is one of the largest cities.
The capital?
Yes. It's not just the capital of the Shattered Sea. It's kind of the capital of the West. It's the biggest trade hub, the largest city. There's sort of a saying around the Shattered Sea that anything you want to find, you can find in Grand Crest. And I mean anything. So, whatever you would have heard from that, how much of an explorer would you have been outside of your travelings with the Astral Knights? Would you know too much about different areas of the world? Would you have a basic knowledge of these things? Or are you walking into a brand new city on the other side of the world, completely, you've never even seen somewhere this large? Like, what's Runa's vibe right now? Because just as she's sort of pondering this journal entry, you can kind of see on the horizon a collection of islands with sort of the towering buildings of Grand Crest. So you are upon the city, my friend.
She definitely never would have been to the Shattered Sea or anything like that. Of course, like this is all completely new. But like in her journeys and travels, she definitely would have like really enjoyed like exploring runes, not just because like, oh, they're important sacred sites the knights have to know about, but because she just finds them to be like extremely interesting. And any kind of like historical adventure type stories, because like everyone has like all cultures have like that like journey to the west type thing, like
Mhm.
any like great like heroes of the past or whatever, she'll have like learned their stories and then learned about the world in relation to that, and then how that actually like oh hey, this is probably actually just a fake thing that was made up, or like it was actually this thing that over time grew to be like so she definitely has like tangential information, but how well that translates to the way that the Shattered Sea actually functions and is like,
Right.
don't know.
Cool. So then maybe, I don't know, feelings of what's Runa feeling right now? Apprehension, like an anxious excitement. I mean, you said the city is right there and it's coming upon you.
Yeah, it's I think there's definitely a lot of anxious excitement. Um Probably as a way to settle the nerve, she's got like her own little journal beside the other journals, like writing out a to do list. Like, cool, find an inn. Well, I need to stay here. Do I have enough money to fit? What is the like? Like she's probably like going off into like little things. Like, wait, how much do things cost here? It's a big city. Oh, it's probably going to be really expensive. Do I have enough money to fit for an inn? Like she's just like trying to like order and like help with her anxiety, but then it's just like spiraling over into like, wait, money.
Well, thankfully you do have a small coin purse. Your very tearful goodbyes said to your village. We're very very excited. Obviously, your people are not natural wanderers; they stay fairly secluded. So it is rare for one of your kind to go on a grand adventure, but that's nothing new for you and your family, as you've already been swept off to the Astral Knight Temple once before. And so this is just a continuation, as far as many of the elders in your village would have seen, as of course Runa was going to go find something somewhere in the world to go, explore, uncover.
Dude, she quits the Knights, comes home, her grandma's just like, finally, now you can settle, find a good husband. And then like 6 months later, she's like, I found a spear, I'm going on an adventure.
I found a spear in a book, I'm going across the world to see if it's real.
Yeah.
And you know what? Everyone, like, does Runa have siblings?
I didn't even think about that. Probably. I mean, they're dogs. So there's probably like litters of puppies or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you have like two younger siblings that are like twins, and they're like the kind of sarcastic twins that'll like finish each other's sentences but be kind of like bitchy the entire time.
Yeah, it's great.
And they're like, when you announce that you're leaving, they're like, yep, all right. And like, what? One of them hands the other. He hands her like 3 silver coins, and she just pockets it. And he's like, you couldn't wait one more month,
Sorry.
So you had a tearful goodbye to your family, your village, but they wished you well and packed you some rations of home. In your inventory, we don't have a proper character sheet for you, but in your inventory, I wanted you to explore a little bit of your inventory as you're in the game. I kind of like doing that, but you have a bag, an adventurer's pack, which has all the same explorer's pack items that you would normally find. So your rope and everything else, the kind of stuff that you would need for going off into the wilderness or whatever. You also have a blanket that is a very finely embroidered blanket, extremely soft, that bears sort of the cultural heritage designs of your people and of your village, and a couple of other little trinkets. You've got like rations. We are not gonna make a kibble joke, okay? We're gonna do everything we can right now to just avoid either a fancy feast or a Caesar's or a kibble joke, okay? But you have rations that are packed very nicely, and they're sort of wrapped in a
cereal. It's fine.
Okay, all right, finally packed you kibble. They're great little tiny, crunchy kind of yeah.
It's a good on the go kind of food.
Yeah. Although if you do add, add some sort of milk or whatever to it, then they do, or cream or something, they'll They just get extra delicious, crazy. They kind of
nice porridge.
they have like they have this like slight like peanut butter, you know, taste to them. I don't know. I'm not implying that your family left you with a box of Reese's peanut butter pop or Reese's
Yes.
Reese's what the fuck's the name of cereal? Reese Puffs. Jesus. There we go. All right. But you have some rations. You have a couple things from home. You have a actually a small ceremonial dagger that we didn't originally put on your character sheet that is actually given to you by the village elder before you left.
Aww.
It's a safekeeping charm that actually has the emblem, one of the oldest recorded emblems of the wild god that whom your tribe descends from. So it's very much an heirloom to your people. And she thought that it would be good to protect you in the wilds, and she had the elders tended to have this idea that there was a greater fate awaiting you in the world, and they thought that was the knighthood order. And when you came home and said that wasn't for me, they were all just kind of waiting, looking around, being like, I wonder when Runa's gonna go off on the next thing. So you have a couple little niceties from home. However, the city is approaching quickly. You do notice one other thing in your pack. It's a quick note written to you by the village elder that you didn't actually notice before. So it was on the back of the blanket that was kind of like wrapped up as you're kind of examining your goods. You find just this little card in kind of a little leather, like little pouch type thing that you can kind of undo the string on and pull out. And the card just says, if you need anything Grandcrest, seek out the Dragon's Claim. They're honorable people and will help you if you are in need. And that's it.
Well, at least I've got a starting place.
You got a lot of things to think about. But as the ship begins to arrive at the harbor, it is midday and oh so busy. This is a trade hub for basically the western half of the world. You know, there are sky ships flying all around. You see flying beasts and sea creatures like schools of fish swimming around. You see people at all sorts of different levels, because as you approach the main city of Grandcrest, it is this large, beautiful jewel kind of sitting in the sky, flanked by sort of round, kind of ringed islands all around it. And the city itself sits on the top of the island in multiple kind of layers, like you would see any sort of grand city. A very top shining, pillared, beautifully architectured building where you can see some sort of a large domed structure that composes the main part of the silhouette of the top. And all throughout it, though, you see these neighborhoods of just tall buildings and narrow streets through the kind of the mid city that kind of bleed off into the harbor, which is much lower. What you'd expect of like markets and bazaars and things like that, just a chaos of color and people and movement through there. All around the main sort of level of the harbor is large, tall, fancy, trade ships and galleons and airships that look like they couldn't even sail in the sea. So they have sort of very different kind of sails that protrude out the top and the bottom and have this very unique kind of aesthetic to them. You see elven boats, you see Rith boats, which are the dwarves of this world. You see people of all kinds congregated here. Below that are the under harbors, and on a sort of island constructed this size, basically the top half is city, but the bottom half of the island you realize is completely populated. So there are little openings all through the bottom on different levels with ships docked at them. So there's all these kind of think of it like the industrial ports. So large trade guilds and maybe people who want to be a little more secretive that kind of like sit in the shadows underneath the island, but very much implies that when you get to Grandcrest, there is a city to explore, a city that goes up, and then a city that goes down quite far. So the boat finally arrives. You dock onto the harbor. It kind of lurches to a shut as the ropes are tossed off. The ship is tied up, and everyone departs from the various adventures that they are either coming home from or about to embark on. People are, already offloading cargo and moving things, and so you kind of have to, scoot your way past everyone. But you find yourself on the dock now, and you see the entire city of Grandcrest in front of you. It's it's stunning. It reminds you of the first time you stood in front of the sage temples. The light of the morning or of the afternoon sun kind of glistens off of the white buildings. There's two large pillars that sort of flank the large dome at the top of the city that kind of create this really interesting silhouette of the city, as if you're looking up at some kind of grand castle. But between you and that, there is a marketplace and streets of every kind of person you can imagine, certain races and species that you've never even seen before. You know, you're like, I didn't know there were blue dudes, you know, but there's like 3 blue dudes and they all have cool hats on. They look like they're on some religious pilgrimage, you know.
She definitely does the thing where she's like, wow, and then she's like, wait, that's rude. And like very much like corrects herself and goes, I know better than that. What am I doing?
Just has to slap her tail from wagging. You're like, stop. This isn't impressive. Stop. No.
Yeah. Over here, like, so I'm imagining it's very like you know, Treasure Planet when they're at like the port city, like the moon port.
Yep. Like
it's very much like that, and just like there's something going on everywhere.
Yep.
First things first, she's definitely like making sure like her pack and everything is secure.
Okay. Yeah. Did she have a large backpack, or how does she sort of sling all of her goods? You know, does she have a? How do you imagine Runa traveling? You know, because Astronites do have their cloaks, which you can choose. I guess you tell me, depending on the terms you left with your order, would they have been favorable enough to let you keep your cloak? Which is not against the rules per se, but it's a kind of against the culture. But if they're like, hey, you're going off on we wish you well, they might give her like cloak and armor and stuff. So
I feel like there's probably like I feel like it was definitely expected that she was probably going to leave, but I think it's more of like a so you couldn't hold up kind of a vibe. So I doubt that they would have let her keep it.
Okay.
But I think she probably would have been so used to like keeping a cloak like on her at all times that she probably would have like either made one or found one to like replace it, like while she was back home.
Sure. I mean, yeah, you could have a nice like white sort of white and blue embroidery cloak that is of your village, you know, carries your sort of emblem and your designs.
Yeah, probably like blue with like maybe like some kind of white embroidery, because if
Sure.
it's a white cloak and she's an adventurer, that's just gonna get real dirty real fast.
The problem is she has white fur though. So did she consider that?
Don't worry about it.
Well, no, because what if she gets her little pawsies in the mud?
Then she's gonna wash her pawsies.
All right. We're gonna do a filth check after every adventure.
Okay, question then.
Okay.
Do your dog people in this world have human feet, or do they have pawsies?
Oh, they have human feet because I'm not a furry.
Got it. Okay, well then why do you ask me about pawsies?
I just wondering. Yeah, it's fine.
Don't switch scenes.
What? I
saw you.
You didn't see anything.
I saw you. It might have been a little late, but I saw you.
No, you weren't paying attention to stream. All right. So the city is in front of you, and you see, you have that treasure planet scene, or like that Jeddah scene from Star Wars of just like, how am I going to navigate this mess? There's everything in front of you you could imagine. There are vendors hawking goods. There's like, you know, exotic beasts in cages. There's some sort of smoked, you know, kebab like meat with a large Ducerian vendor, you know, kind of carving it from.
Is there like with like the chicken skewers, like just some like fucking amazing, way too fatty, horrible for you, smells perfect kind of thing? Because if so, she's probably just going, I need one of those right now.
That is half of this market. What are you talking about?
She needs one of those, and then she's going to try to find someone who looks like they're probably like, they work at the dock. They're used to like new people coming in and like directing people. Like there has to be something like that.
Gotcha. All right. Well, yeah, you can grab your this is a official Realms of Eldara dish, actually, that is very common in the West, and it is called meat on stick.
Yes.
So if you would like to collect a meat on stick, you can have one. And yeah, there's dock attendants around there. Why don't you give me a general perception or investigation roll?
I can roll dice.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know I could.
I think your modifier I think is 3.
Got it.
Fishy doesn't have her character sheet. I do for this game, so that's
11 plus 3 for 14.
Yeah, there are, you kind of scan the horizon and try and figure out who's kind of more like moving people along and who's trying to move their own stuff along. And yeah, you've noticed that the dock attendants have a certain like kind of tabard on that is not well presented, because they're kind of like workmen. They've got like another jacket on top of it, or like a couple of belts around it, but you start to recognize the presence of this emblem, this tabard. And so you go up, you find one that is a little more kind of put together and seems to be not really ordering people around, but just kind of managing things. And lots of other people are asking him or checking in on him. But he's got this large sort of scroll sheet, and it's kind of on the back of this like kind of wooden board that is, the scroll is kind of trailing off down. And he's sort of marking off shipments for the day. And as you kind of approach, he kind of glances over and, keeps writing, and then glances over again as you're coming a little bit closer.
She's just kind of like standing there, just kind of like, she looks very perky and like bright-eyed, and just kind of like waiting until he looks like he's not super busy, and he's just really busy.
Yeah, he's
just standing there.
He's just sitting there trying to finish something up. Finishing up, he's like, no, right there, I'm gonna make sure that. And he kind of like taps his pen and slaps on the board. All right, lass, what can I do for you?
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm very new here.
I can tell.
Yeah, I'm horrible with directions. Do you know of a place called the Dragon's Claim?
Dragon's Claim.
Or like an adventurers hub or something that maybe I could try to find it from there?
I know of it. Yeah, and he kind of like looks off into the. He like kind of looks off into the harbor, not at anything in particular, but kind of like going back into a memory.
Like looks away the direction he looks in. Like
she like gets aside. It's like, what are we looking at?
Yeah, she's like, is it a ship?
He kind of blinks his eyes. No, I'm familiar. It's a small little alleyway down in the mid city. I think you'd be looking for that.
She's like writing down notes. Mid city alleyway.
Being new here, I just want to offer you fair warning. If you're looking for a real adventures guild, you can do better. Good folks over there. Good folks over there. Nothing bad to say about them. Got me out of a little bit of a predicament a couple of moons ago, but not the most well known. Reputation? Well, not a bad reputation. Just the large adventurers guilds. If you want to go to the upper city, they have quests from across the world. They do. You can get quests that pay for days of travel all the way from Ashasari across the world and back to go find and rescue maidens captured by sorcerers, princes imprisoned by jealous fathers, or ancient treasures. The Dragon's Claim is a more local thing.
I really appreciate you trying to look out for me. I have been. How long would it take to travel from way bumfuck nowhere? Probably like months.
It's been probably like a 4 or 5 week journey. Yeah.
I've been on a boat for like a month and a half, so I don't know if I want to travel all the way back so far. What's the difference between the middle city and the upper city? Is it like a monetary thing, or just like a elevation thing?
He kind of like puts his hand on your back and kind of turns you towards the city and sort of motions, says, well, I can tell you exactly how it works here and exactly how it's supposed to work. So it's supposed to work where that's the upper city. It's shining, the jewel of the shattered sea. All of the important things go on over there. The banking, the Senate.
Where the rich people live. Got it.
Wow. That's where the rich people live.
Yeah,
the mid-city.
To be frank, I understand.
The mid-city is the place where you're least likely to get stabbed after dark.
Oh, I do like those places.
All right. It's known as the commoners area, so but don't let any of the upper city snobs tell you it's anything lesser. I would honestly rather spend the night at an inn for half the price in the mid-city and have good music and good drink than sit in the upper city and have a tiny little piece of lettuce called a amuse-bouche.
Oh, we hate that rich people stuff where they're too shy to actually have a conversation because they all think they're super important all the time and they don't want to just like open up to a random person. I agree with you. I would much rather just have like a nice inn and everybody's getting along and maybe they're drinking a little too much, but it's fine because everyone's just jovial and they're dancing. It's great. Yeah.
You see him as you're saying that he's got these kind of like salty sort of like sea dog features and kind of a stubbly beard, and you see his face just kind of compress into just a sympathetic nod as you're saying all that. Like he has to deal with a lot of rich people every day.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. You must have the patience of a saint.
Oh, well, I try to be understanding of everyone, even if they think that their ship is a little bit more important than someone else's because they have a fancier master manifesto.
That gold filigree really means a lot, yeah.
Honestly, I'd rather dock a couple of cannons here than a midshipman. Anyway, not your problems. Things on my business. Your business is, it looks like, the adventure. And if you're sitting the Dragon's Claim, Upper City, you'll find the most important things there. If you need to find any services, the temples, the paladin orders, the courts, and all of that. Upper City, great to visit. Good shops, little expensive for my taste. Not too expensive for me wife's taste though. Mid City is where you'll find the heart of our town. Our little community, you might say. Little side streets that are tall and dark during the morning and evening as the sun crawls over them, but you'll find the best people there. And the Dragon's Claim is in there, too, in one of the side streets, so that's why I say good people. The market, we don't like being called the lower city. It's a little demeaning. It implies a little bit of a lesser and more dangerous vibe to it, but I think it's more of a
social hierarchies are pretty rude. Yeah,
it's a difficult thing to navigate here, but you'll get the use of it. The lower city, or the market, is composed of everything you see here, and the best way to tell if you're in the market or if you're in the mid city is when you can smell things. All right, if you smells like good food, good people, and a little bit like feces, you're in the market. If it smells like flowers and elvish bread, you're in the mid-city. And if it smells like expensive perfumes, you're in the upper city. Or as how we liked it. Oh, well, there also is the under harbors, but I don't suppose you need to go down there, so.
It doesn't seem so, especially since the Dragon's Claim isn't over there.
No,
Thank you for being so helpful.
Oh, of course, Lon. Be careful on your way. Watch out for pickpocketers until you get to the mid-city.
I will. Here, sorry for taking so much of your time. And she hands like one of like her meat skewers.
He looks at it and like has this really like kind of sincere smile. And says, oh, bless you. Bless you. Have a wonderful adventure. Luck on the winds to you, favor for the seas.
You know, like she's like walking away. She like turns around to wave while she's walking.
You just made his day.
She's out here making all the friends.
He has a lot of shit to deal with, you know, but you just bought him coffee, so.
Yeah.
That was good on you.
She is so happy. She's like, I've had something that isn't like rations or like porridge on a ship for the first time in a week.
Yeah, more or less. So he gave you a general direction that you can kind of follow. You know, he sort of described up that stairs over there and then, you know, 3 alleys down.
Tarun is canonically awful with directions. It gets very distracted, especially when she's in densely populated places.
So here's the thing. The directions were extremely good because you had a high enough perception roll to talk to the literal, like, you know, load master of the harbor. However, Runa's ability to perceive those directions, the socket and the out and these don't fit. All right, so we're gonna have to. I need you to make a survival check, and I think you get +2 on it.
Nice.
A survival check to see how well you follow these extremely good directions. Now, if you got lesser directions, it would have been at a disadvantage.
Thank God it wasn't.
God bless him, right?
You said I get a +2.
+2.
8.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Is there like a central fountain area?
There is. There is a big central in the mid-city.
Can I find the big central fountain area?
Absolutely. When you go up from there's sort of a large open space. Kind of think like Central Park type thing running through the city. The markets sort of occupy a lower area, but there is sort of a big formal staircase that goes up to the central sort of, long, I don't know what to call it, a promenade or whatever. But it's much wider. It has lots of shops and stuff on both sides and lots of like small vendors set up here and there. It has art and statues and big, tall, palm trees and other type of trees you've never even seen, floating flowers. It's all very well done. And then a staircase that you do see in the distance goes up to the upper city and sort of goes through these like big formal arches. So where you're at right now, you kind of think you're in like the center of the city. This is a really big fountain. It's got this massive sculpture in the middle of these like heroic figures kind of reaching up into the sky and delivering, the mortals of our world from pain or some, important fountain art sculpture thing. People like their fountains to be important. So it's beautiful. It is massive, by the way. It's like probably, I don't know, 100 feet across. So, there's people just kind of sitting on the fountain, sitting on benches, and it's very peaceful. It's nice.
I feel like she probably spent like an hour or two wandering around trying to find this place until she made it back to the fountain. And she's just gonna kind of plop there, all like pooped, and she's just like, damn it. She's just gonna take out her journal and go over the directions again, which are literally go straight, third alley on your right.
Alley on the right, up that staircase. Yeah.
She's gonna. I don't know which way the docks were now to go back. Like she's gonna say that out loud. Like she's sitting like on the fountain where there's like groups of people doing the same thing. It's like just very pitiful looking. Like her ears are down.
Aww.
The tip of her tail is probably like in the fountain. She hasn't noticed yet.
Oh
like,
no.
She's like, I don't know how to go back to tell which way's on the right.
Damn, bro. Starts just like drizzling a little bit out,
just on her specifically.
a little sun shower, that happens in a couple little areas here.
And she pulls up her little hood.
Oh no!
For the rain.
All right, you after a couple minutes of sort of contemplating this is the biggest city you've probably ever been into.
By far.
It's not just complicated. It's a whole different animal. After a couple minutes of kind of trying to figure out or get whatever, the courage you need to go back and try again or whatever it is, you hear the splashing noise from the fountain from behind you. And emerging from the fountain are these kind of like two very long blue arms that kind of wrap up and grab the fountain, and pulling up behind it is a beautiful Azael woman who just kind of kind of emerges out of the fountain and kind of leans on the rock beside you.
I'm sorry. Was I in your place? I wasn't trying to sit on your fountain. If I'm not supposed to do that, I just saw a lot of other people doing that. I'm sorry.
No, of course not. I couldn't help but overhear your woes.
I'm sorry. Was I complaining too loud? I'm just very lost in the city.
You were complaining a little loud, but
I'm sorry. I talk to myself when I get stressed.
Little one, calm yourself. You are amongst friends in the city. She kind of gets you to slowly breathe a little bit. She's like, all right. Now, where do you need to go? Because if you're looking for the Azael archives, it's down there. And she points down behind the fountain.
What are the Azael archives?
Well, they're the Azael library, after all.
Okay. What kind of things do you have? Is it like ancient histories? Are there cool stories from the past, from long forgotten times? She's perks immediately 180. She's like, oh my god, wait, there's cool stories, there's histories, there's.
Well, of course. I have you. You're not from around here, are you? And she kind of reaches up and reaches towards your ears, confused, not gonna touch them, but just kind of reaching out towards them, what, giving you this what are you look.
She leans forward and goes hey, you can touch him if you wanted to.
She kind of squishes your ears and says, fascinating. What?
I'm from Insert Valley here and region far, far away.
She kind of leans back, and now she's kind of full upright, in the water. And she unfolds her arms and says, "Oh, you are far away from home."
Yeah. I'm on an adventure.
She kind of smiles and conceals a little bit of a laugh. She says, "Well, then I think you probably aren't seeking the Azael archives. Occasionally, we have people coming to the fountain expecting to find the archives. They've been sent on some grand mission. And unfortunately, to their lament, they don't breathe underwater, so one of us has to come and get them." So,
are they very exclusive archives?
no, they're open for everyone. It's just difficult to get there. You need one of these. And she sort of just appears like sleight of hands, just like kind of a bubble of water that looks like, or a bubble of air that has like sort of blue shimmers through it.
Can I tell like what kind of magic this is just by looking at it, or if I've heard of anything like this before?
Do an Arcana. I think you have
What's my modifier?
0.
19. Let's go.
Jesus, holy! All right, man. You just like, just like dial in on it. You know that is a classic underwater breathing spell that is unique to the Azael people that you have never seen in person, but you know other spells are based off of as such, where it enchants a sort of a bubble inside your lungs that prevents water from entering, but allows air to filter out of the water as you breathe underwater naturally.
I've only ever seen the mimics of these. I've never. Your magic is so pretty.
She like kind of looks at it and says, "I think so," but she kind of like massages her hands and kind of disappears. It. You are clearly not looking for the archives. So
no, but maybe after I get settled, I'd love to visit.
She kind of like leans back on the thing and says, "You know what? I think that'd be nice. I always like hearing about people from different places, so
I'd be happy to exchange stories.
Maybe there'll be something we can find for you in the archives to help you on your journeys." Before that, nice. Though, and she kind of like grabs your hand, she says, "You seem really, really lost."
I'm so bad with directions.
Where are you trying to go, and when did you need to be there?
They don't actually know I'm coming, so I would just like to be there before sundown, but I'm supposed to go to the Dragon's Claim.
Oh, by the way, Fishy, in case you're wondering who you're talking to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just like started taking advice from you, and I didn't even introduce myself. I'm so sorry. My name's Runa. It's nice to meet you.
She extends your hand and gives you kind of a cold handshake. And says, "Naria." And she looks like... Hold on, I'm gonna move you. She looks like this.
Wait, I need to move out of the way. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I moved you.
Okay, never mind. She's so pretty! Pretty mermaid lady.
Not all Azael are graceful. Don't forget, Bizzo's also an Azael, so some of them just nap all day. So
you can be graceful and nap all day.
I'm not here to argue with you, so. Yep.
Sleep gracefully.
Just so, where are we going again?
The Dragon's Claim.
The Dragon... She kind of has this, like, people, whenever you say the Dragon's Claim, they all have this kind of, this reaction, this immediate reaction, like there's some context to that place.
That's the second time someone's had that. Whenever I say it, this kind of, like, immediate, like, disapproval and disappointment that's going on. What, did they do something bad?
She chuckles and says, no. I just... Are you perhaps on a quest for Endrick?
I don't know who that is.
Right. So, you just need any Adventurers Guild, or is the Dragon's Claim the one you want?
The elder of my village said that if I needed to go if I was in Grandcrest, if I needed to go somewhere, then I should seek out the Dragon's Claim, that they were good people.
You see the skepticism in her expression kind of just like soften to, understanding nod, and she says, "Well, then I suppose it's the place where you need to be precisely. Let me take you there." And she reaches for your hand and floats out of the fountain, kind of like over top of you almost, and is in front of you in the city street, just like kind of floating there. Like her tail, it looks as if she's in water. Her fins are kind of like moving and flowing, and her hair is kind of flowing a little bit as if she's still in water, but she is just floating over dry land, dripping all over the place.
So my model can't do this, but like Runa definitely like her hands like to like the side of her cheeks, like the kind of a thing. She's like, I'll never get used to that. That's been the coolest thing. She's like talking while they're walking at this point. She's like, when we were in the water, and then suddenly there was a waterfall, and then we were in the sky, and then there were whales,
Just
and there
nodding
were
along.
fish, and everything. It's so cool. Is there some kind of magic that makes everything float? Is it because of the ley lines with the crystals? Like she's just like 1,000 like things a minute. Like she's so interested in everything that's going on.
She's like trying to answer your question. Like she answers your question in 3 words before you cut her off to ask a new question. Then she answered that question in the first 3 or 4 words. And then when you ask about the crystals, she says, "Oh, well, I have them." And she like shows you her scales and kind of like brushes along them back. Not really like I mean like pulling her scales up a little bit, but just sort of like disturbing them a little bit. And you can see little glimmers of pink and purple kind of dotted through her scales.
Do they grow naturally that way, or is it something that you add later?
She shakes her head and says, "It's part of our diet."
That's really cool. She's like making little notes about like all of these cool things because like in her head she's like, I don't know like when I'll get to send a letter home, but when I do, it's gonna be a book.
Fair enough. All right. Yeah, she's got a whole world anvil for this ready. All right. It is. The dragon's claim is, let's just say, offensively close to where you were.
Dude, they walk up to it and like I've seen like the mermaid lady Naria's beside her. She just sees like the most disappointed in herself. Like her tail is like wagging, her ears are perked up, and just like everything just falls.
Yeah, you think you might have walked through this alley once before already as well.
She's like, I passed it earlier.
Well, the sign is very old, so it's easy to miss.
She like sniffs like, yeah.
You know,
I really like that excuse. Let's go with that.
Oh no!
She, like,
I don't. No! And she like tries to dry her eyes. She says, "No, this is not your fault." And she like just bangs on the door and just like unlocks and just like slams it. Endrick, and just like slithers through. Because Endrick, your sign is making it very difficult for people. You just hear her yelling at this person through, just chewing him out or whatever.
Runa follows, like her eyes are a little bit puffy because like she's like trying really hard not to like just be overwhelmed at her own like flaws and how much time she's wasted. You see
Naria now in this guild hall, a very quaint little guild hall. You know, not much to it. A couple of tables, couple of seats, maybe room for 20 people. A small bar that could fit like 3 or 4 individuals. A hallway leading back to kitchens and other things, and a back door, as well as a staircase going up into whatever chambers they have above. Inside the guild hall, there's not too many people. There's a very well, I guess, dressed paladin woman who's sitting at a table, sort of, you know, with her hammer beside her and marking things out. Like she's been there for a while, scribbling notes. Must be one of the guild members. There's like a couple of dwarves that are having a drink and kind of quietly laughing to themselves. It's not a really busy place, but it's quaint. The decoration, it's definitely an adventurers guild, but it betrays a little bit of its bad reputation because you're seeing trophies and you know, hung up blades and weaponry. This place looks pretty legit. Like they've been on some pretty decent adventures, you know, for being a small local guild or whatever. But at the back of the building, you see Naria, and she is now floating like higher towards the roof, looking down on Endrick, and she has her like long finger sort of like pressed into his chest and saying, "You're making it very difficult for people to find your guild, Endrick. This little one was in great distress by this. All right? Are you in the market of now making young women cry?" And he kind of says, "Well, Naria, this isn't." And he kind of like waves at Runa and says, "Hello." She's,
I'm sorry. I'm so bad with directions. I felt really bad for missing it because I walked past it earlier and I started crying a little bit and I didn't mean to get you yelled at. I'm sorry, Naria. It's not on this sign. It's a lovely sign. It's definitely me.
She says, "Oh, sorry. Let me." And she kind of like slithers outside and goes up, and you just hear crank. And she comes back in with the sign in hand as she drops it on the ground and she says, "You need to actually paint this, Endrick. People should know where your she's about to say something really mean, but she kind of pulls herself. Little guild is located. What if she has a quest for you? What if she is the adopted daughter of a noble family come to deliver a quest for thousands of gold upon your guild members and glory that your guild sorely needs, and she couldn't find her way here, so she went to another adventurers guild because you couldn't be asked to repaint your sign." You see,
I promise I'm not nearly anything that cool or interesting. You just she calls her grandma like village elder. She's like, my granny knows you, and that's and I'm from very far away, and she's just.
Andrew just like, he's kind of like frozen there, and he's a pretty tall, well built, like definitely a fighter, a martial class of some variety, but he's just sitting there like stun locked by Narya, and he just like slowly kind of backs him. "I understand. I'll repaint the sign. And how about the next time I get one of the Ithari wines in, I'll send one your way to the archives." And Narya, like, she's been pretty hardened this entire time during this discussion, but you just see her, like, her eye twitch a little bit. And, she sort of has that, like, is no longer mad, but still needs to seem mad. Kind
That's
of air
fair.
to her.
What kind of wine was that?
Ithari.
I got it.
And she like kind of flicks her head, and her hair is still wet, so it kind of slaps water on Endrick and says, "Well, little one has been delivered. You," and she kind of points back at Endrick, "will fix your sign, and I have work to do in the archives." And she, as she's walking out, she gives you a little pat on the back and says, "Don't worry, it's quite nice here."
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you soon. And she like gives it like a big wave and turns around and goes.
You see Endrick just holding a sign like this. It's just his eyes wide.
She's like, "I am so sorry about that.
No.
Take that for you."
No. I said I would do this last Rumen Festival.
What's a Rumen Festival? How long ago was that?
About a year. So yeah. No problem. No problem. Hey, welcome to the Dragon's Claim, the place of the greatest adventures on this side of Teleria. And he like motions over to like some of the fancy, ornaments and antlers and things on one side of the room, and the only place where you can get access to approved administration level quests on our and he kind of like points over to a quest board, and the quest board is like empty. He kind of like cringes, like, I gotta later on. I'm gonna be putting the quests. I got a bunch today, so it's board's gonna be full tomorrow.
Just gonna walk over and like, because I assume he's got like his arms, so she's just gonna put his like a hand on his arm. She's like, "Don't worry, I think that your trophies are really, really impressive. I think this place is really cool. Why does everyone give me a weird look when I said I wanted to come to the Dragon's Claim?
Who?
It looked like they kind of pitied me a bit."
Well, look, we are an up and coming guild. So
What do you mean? Look at all you've accomplished.
Well, we're not we're not.
Wait, I've seen those before. They don't give those rewards very often. Wait,
exactly.
Like,
we are not part of the Adventurers League officially. We're not big enough or important enough or wealthy enough yet. But we're
important.
You know what? And he kind of like leans against a pillar.
I'm from the east.
Not as important as most people would like to think. So I happen to enjoy having more of an independent status. It means that we get to do things and services for people more along the lines of, helping locals, helping people with actual problems. We don't have any sort of massive guild over. Did you know that when you get a league quest, they take 30% off the top right then and there? And then if I take the standard guild cut of 20%, which I don't, by the way, I take 15, that leaves the adventurer for a reward far less than what you get on the paper. And
you don't have to sell me to join.
Right.
But you do look like you've practiced. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, and it looks like I just took all the steam out of your sails.
No,
you
no,
can
no.
continue. No, it's okay. It's okay.
No,
No, it's okay. You
I
looked
just,
excited.
well,
I just didn't want you to put in a lot of work that you didn't have to.
well, no, I just, we have a small, humble guild, and some look down on us because we are a place where anyone can bring their quests and usually get some help. And I pride myself on that. I pride myself on having some of the best members and really making a difference. You could say the big guilds
Exclusive doesn't mean it's inclusive.
Sure, and the large guilds are maybe where all the money is and the glory and the fame, and but he kind of like looks around,
enough to get by.
Looks around his guild hall and kind of you see this like honest smile kind of come across his face as he's looking around his guild hall. He kind of slaps the bar counter and says, "Yeah, we do just fine here." So you said
enough to get by. That's what's most important.
Well, it's tough some months. It's fine. I have coffers from old adventures that it's fine. What I always tell our members is never worry about not having a roof over your head unless it breaks, and I'll fix it. Because the guild hall it's our home for me and my wife Alera. So you're at home when you're here. So please make yourself as such. But did you have business here? I don't want to.
Have you heard of insert name Valley here?
He kind of like smiles and his demeanor shifts a little bit as he kind of like folds his arms and thinks back and says, "I have not seen any of the Inukai and many seasons. You're the first in a long time."
Yeah, Maria just kind of looks down herself. Hi.
But
long trip.
Yeah, there's not. And he kind of like looks at you as if he has this bit of a concern. He says, "The gore beasts haven't returned, have they?"
Do I know about a gore beast?
Yeah, the gore beasts were around when you were very young, terrorizing the valley. They'd been pushed out of an area from a bunch of magicians doing magic things in a mountain, pushed them up to places that they shouldn't be, and they destroyed villages. They killed a lot of people. And a group of brave adventurers at some point in time came in and helped bolster the defenses and the good people of the Inukai villages, and those adventurers actually routed them back to the mountain's core. So,
oh, stars, no, definitely not. Everything's going great back home.
Well, great to hear. So, what brings you here then?
Well, Vinny told me that if I was in Greencrest, I should seek out the Dragon's Claim. That you guys were good people.
And you kind of like has this moment of like realization, or like the thing clicks or whatever, and he just kind of nods and says, "Right. Well,
does Ruda get what clicks with him?"
Make an insight.
Okay. What's my modifier?
4.
22.
So you sense a shift in his not just what he's like, what clicked is not just a like an understanding of something, but a understanding of like the kind of person he needs to be in this conversation, where he goes from like you see him shift from the kind of like slightly bumbling, small guild owner to like that's right, you're here for something important, and I understand, like, people are sent to him when they need some sort of help greater than the guild. So that you feel a bit of a demeanor shift in him, and he just kind of nods and says, "Okay, well then, the Dragon's Claim is at your service. How can I help? What do you need doing? Do you need a safe place to stay? Because if you want to stay here, you are and I can promise you this, there is no place in this city safer than this guild hall. So
I'd love to have a place to stay.
if
I'd
that,
be happy to do quests in exchange for room and board.
oh well,
Unless you don't have quests, which is fine too.
we will. It's just
You don't have to have quests. It's fine.
the quests that make it to the board are more for the younger members, the neighborhood kids, the small adventurers. What our guild does is deal with certain complicated matters that don't necessarily need to go through a formal adventurers guild. So I'm
You think they're
detecting.
capable enough to take these on.
Yes.
Why?
We have history.
We don't.
I
Me
mean,
and my people do.
at here, there's a history. Alara and I have many friends that ask for our aid. And so if your elders sent you here, then I am to repay a debt. A debt of hospitality. Really? Kind of nods. So they were very kind to take us in when we needed somewhere to stay that was safe from the local nobility, let's say, to the north. And you know, there's like kind of, you know, trifling noble little, like, you know, earls and stuff that are always warring amongst themselves.
To be honest, we love the company. We don't get enough of it.
Well, that's certainly unfortunate because it's been a while since I've been out there. But Alara actually suggested that when we were finished with our adventures, settle down somewhere in that area of the world. So
that would be really interesting. That'd be so cool.
There's a lot of places around there. Be closer to the temples for her and her practices, and close to the big cities for me. But I think we're happy here for a little while. I think the Dragon's Claim is it's home for now. So whatever you need.
Sages are definitely great.
They are
have a lot of secrets in them.
Kind of like when you say that, you sort of see an activation. Kind of like leads
activated.
Or it says, what kind of secrets are you I don't know, uncovering?
You have good word from Granny, and you honestly seem really great. But I'm not really comfortable enough to tell you everything. Is that okay?
You see an understanding smile as he kind of says, perfectly fine. Well, then whatever you need, we are here for you. If you're in any danger, you can bring that back here. Promise you'll be safe. And if you need any help or any directions or leads or introductions, let me know.
That I do need. Directions also. I get lost really easily.
Oh, right. Yes. You're kind of like still holding the sign.
I have a lot of note pages and I just want to find the correct one real quick because I can't remember. Temple of Al-Adranas?
He kind of nods.
Read my own handwriting. I'm looking for the Temple of Aldranas. I don't know where that is or if it's still a place that exists. I was going to ask the mermaid lady for access to the archives to see if that would be a good place to start looking.
Kind of thinks for a second and says, I'm not really all that well caught up on Astral Sage things. So,
more night things.
Astral Night things.
Not anymore, though. Well, kind of. I don't know.
And you just sort of see him, like, kind of pull back, like, holy shit. And he just kind of nods a little bit and says, well, if this is night business, then...
It's not order business.
And he, like, gives you, like, excuse me? How could it not be order business?
Ah, fuck it. She's just gonna take out her spear. Like,
He just, like, looks it up and down and says, neat. Nice spear. He kind of, like, looks at it.
If he could tell that it's, like, astral steel.
So you detect the exact moment when he realizes what it is, where he's kind of like, "Wow, that's very well made. Looks old though." And he kind of like brings it closer to him and kind of looks at it, inspects it. You see his eyes like go wide, pulls it back, says, "Now that is night business."
Right?
Okay, understood.
It's like night business.
I would recommend you go to the Sage Temple and ask about.
I don't want to go to the Sage Temple.
They're not all that bad, all right? They're just a little
So stuffy,
culty. It's not. Look, I know lots of sages are actually fun.
Oh,
just not the ones in the temple.
Just not the ones in charge.
Okay, well,
the ones in charge, they only care about their books and making sure no one else can read them except for when they say it's okay. And then they have to get put back in the exact same spot, in the exact same position, and they have to make sure that you didn't touch any page too long and leave any smudgy fingerprints, because how dare a person read a book?
He kind of like nods a little bit. Well,
what if you want a snack?
I can't say I spent too long in sage temples, but I relate. All right, so you might be able to find. I mean, go to the Azale archives, see what they have.
Okay, I can make my way back to the fountain. That I can do.
That. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a straight line because I passed it like earlier. It's fine. Can I put my bag down though? Can I have a room? Is that okay? Is that presumptuous?
Oh, yes. You can have a room. We are we just reconstructed the 3rd floor. It was damaged.
Renovated. I feel so special.
It was damaged. I'm very proud of it, okay? I built the stables back up. I built the deck and the 3rd floor. So maybe a sign wasn't on my priorities, but
I'll help. I'll paint it. I'll help.
It's fine. He kind of like reaches over behind into these keys. And he says, here you are. Hands you the keys. Says, you should be safe there.
Thank you. If you do need help with things, especially when I'm here, I'm happy to help.
Well,
hospitality.
I am repaying a debt of hospitality to your elders. So, as far as I'm concerned,
how long did you stay with my tribe?
It was at least through the spring, so 2 months.
A season. Okay. And then I have 2 months free, and then I'll start helping.
He kind of like smiles a little bit. Says, well, I'm sure whatever.
Up the debt.
All right. Until the end of the summer, then you can stay here free of charge. Make yourself at home. Food is available every morning for members and those staying here. And then.
Why do you say that like you're not good at cooking?
Well, I'm good at cooking. It's just sometime late afternoon, this delicious stew appears in the kitchen, and I don't
like the way you said that.
I didn't make it, and I don't know who makes it, but somebody must come in and make it. And so there is mystery stew later on in the day.
Does alarm exist in this world?
Does what?
Alarm?
What do you mean?
Spell?
Oh yeah.
Why don't you just alarm the kitchen, and then you can find out where the stew comes from?
Kind of don't want to ask. Never let gift horse the mouse.
You're not supposed to take food from strangers.
Well, it's in our kitchen, so I assume it's a guild member.
Runa just looks around at the 2 dwarves, one pretty lady with a hammer, and Endrick.
We have more members. Dorgrin, was the stew yours? And one of the dwarves just looks up and says, fuck off.
I think that's a no.
Lady Blackwood, and you see the woman look up kind of like from her notes. He says, did you make the stew? She just says, I wouldn't eat the stew. He leans at her and says, paladins. Don't worry about it. So there is food. If you want. Lots of places to get food around here as well. It's up to you.
The bread smells amazing. I don't know where it was coming from, but it smells amazing.
Oh, Elvish Bakery. It's just down the... Realizes he's about to give you directions. Says, you'll find it.
You see, she pulls out her notebook. And
Oh, no.
I'm going to draw myself a little map.
That's
I think that'll be helpful.
great
With
idea.
Landmarks. And if I have landmarks, then I can get lost.
That's a great idea. Yep.
Exactly.
I agree.
So she like flips to a page.
New page. Okay.
And she like draws the fountain and then like
Mhm.
the one like straight shot and then where the dragon's claim, and she's like, this is right?
Basically.
Okay, and then she hands it to him to draw where the bakery is.
Just, okay, he like kind of scribbles in like a couple of extra streets really quickly and then writes bakery right here and Dragon's Claim and a couple of other things. Hands it back. It's just...
Thank you.
If you get lost, I'm looking for you at the fountain.
Do we have sending?
Yeah.
Do I have sending?
No.
Fuck.
Sages or knights don't have sending.
Cringe.
What do you mean cringe?
How dare I encounter a minor inconvenience that I cannot solve with magic?
Oh my god! I hope you're counting your currency weight.
You didn't tell me how much it weighed. You just told me I had a bag of coins.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. All right, where to?
Move forward. So I am gonna go visit Naria?
Naria.
Did you want me to deliver that wine since she was so angry with you?
That would be great, actually, if you wouldn't mind. And he actually like shuffles behind the counter, and he pulls out this. It's not like a bottle that is like a typical wine bottle. It's like a kind of an orb, I suppose, with no real like bottom to it, but it's got like a cap on it. He says, that would be great if you wouldn't mind. I owe her a favor, so that is also going to pay for that, so she will stop coming and yelling at me every once in a while.
Does she do that a lot?
Well,
You're stuttering a lot. Do you deserve it?
I had asked her for a favor if she could find a document for me for another quest. And as things happened, these documents are Azael parchment and are not supposed to be out of water for too long.
Oh no.
So
you didn't.
I didn't know that, and so just a little insignificant part of their pre-Eldarian history was lost, but they already had it recorded. They already had it's not like the information was lost, it's just the actual scroll was lost. So she's
like
a little
anthropology, archaeology, like history type thing, like within like the sect. She's giving you that most like anime disgust look, like ugh, you've ever seen.
This is a very important, expensive bottle of wine, okay? And it's from Ithrathari, where she is from. It's this lovely floating city out in the Shadowed Sea. Underwater, though, in a big, like, floating bottle of water. Go see it someday.
The fish don't need water here.
No.
Why? How did that happen? Did they evolve, or is it all magically? Did it happen all at once with the magic when all of the islands started to rise? Or is it something that they just ended up being able to do over time? Did they also eat the glowing rocks?
They didn't eat the glowing rocks, but they ate the fish that ate the glowing rocks. And if you or I eat a fish with sky shards in it, we will just not get flight capabilities. But apparently, when you have Azael scales and you eat certain minerals or materials, it gets added to your scales. So that's great. That's cool for them. They can just fly here, I guess.
Scales and fingernails tend to be made out of the same kind of a thing. I wonder if you ate too many, if it would end up like making your fingernails so shiny.
Looks at his hands. I don't think anyone's ever tried. You can be the first.
No, I'm good.
second door upstairs.
Like, take the bottle and just kind of leave.
Okay, all right. All right. The busy.
Don't destroy any irreplaceable documents while I'm gone. Bye.
I didn't meet. Door shuts.
Yeah.
All right. You are on to the busy streets once again. You have
With
your
the
map.
map in
You have your
hand.
map now, so you have +5 to direction checks.
Let's go.
So now I'm gonna say that for a game system like progression type thing, that when you look at when you hit M and you get your city map of Grand Crest out, and you know how a city map is always like, or maps are always kind of like fogged out or whatever. Or whatever.
My fog of war zone is small. Like I have a clear area.
Yeah, you have a clear area between the Dragon's Claim and the fountain. And so now you can fast travel between the two of them. So yeah,
I want to go to the bakery instead.
You just click on. Okay. Sure. There is on the way. There is a wonderful small little elvish bakery that has this very nice little crown and leaf emblem over top of it.
So the fancy wine is in my bag.
It is.
Because it's fancy wine, and I'm in a big city, and I don't trust a big city yet because I'm just a little guy in a big city.
God damn it! Rocks fall, you die.
No. Yeah. So I go and I just do you have anything that goes well with wine? It's kind of a special occasion.
Not
super special, just a little special.
The merchant's just like holding like a pan of bread with wine. We have bread.
Oh wait, is it just like the bakery that's just like, here's a loaf of bread, or is it like the bakery that you go to in the morning, like on your way to work, that has like things?
It's the bakery that has every different type of bread you could ask for, in every shape, with every filling, with every whatever, but no pastries, just fucking bread. All of it. Are you looking for something savory or sweet?
Both. One of each.
I need to ask, what kind of wine are we pairing with?
She like leans over like,
Ithari wine.
Yeah.
Oh, is this for you or for
No,
Ithari?
my friend has it. We're going over to celebrate.
Oh, and is this going to be underwater?
Yeah.
You probably don't want to bring bread.
Shit.
I can make something for you that
I didn't think about that.
if you want, but yeah, a loaf. You could enjoy it.
Soggy.
Well,
I'm so
if
worried.
you,
I'm so sorry.
if I mean, I can make you a cracker. It's a flatbread. It will stay crispy. This is a bad idea.
How about I just, on my way back, I'll get some bread for breakfast in the morning. Does that sound better? Because I don't want it for I'm sorry, I've made a fool of myself, and she's gonna leave.
You say, here, I have a roll. Okay.
I'll be back for breakfast, and she leaves.
God damn it.
She like stands up and says like, fuck.
Damn.
I told him I'd be back later. Fuck.
Oh, it's one of those things that she remembers before she's going to bed later.
Yep.
She replays the conversation in her head and it hurts just as much. Oh no.
She takes the deepest. Nope, we're forgetting about it.
Yeah.
Okay, and she goes to the fountain.
All right. You make your way back to the fountain and you see a couple of Azael just sort of sitting there, on the edge. You don't see Nari anywhere, but there are a couple of Azael just kind of meandering about. There's no real entrance into it or anything, so you don't really know how to get down into the archive.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you. And she just have like using one hand to like push up on the side of the fountain, and the other one she's waving at like someone that's kind of far away.
One of these elves kind of swims over, and he's just like pretty tall, like kind of well built, like kind of guard looking kind of dude. A large like spear on the back of his slung over his shoulder. He says, "You all right?"
Hi. I just had a delivery from my new friend Naria. I was hoping I could see her.
For
She
Nari.
said that she would
I would get to visit the archives, and then I had a package to deliver to her.
Understood. Well, far be it from me to stand in your way. And he kind of like massages his hand around a little bit and just like opens it, and one of these blue bubbles appears, and he kind of like holds it up to close to your mouth.
She's like so excited. She's like, magic, new magic. I'm so excited.
Do you know how to just swallow it?
Oh.
Kind of
Please
tastes.
do not clip that sound effect.
Kind of tastes like ozone and raspberry.
Fruity.
And he just like now motions for you to go to the fountain.
I will now swim in the fountain since I was smart enough to get a room beforehand, so we dropped up all of our important things so that they won't get
Your
wet.
fancy journal and everything. All right. Yeah. All right. You jump in. It is it's warm. It's nice water. It's fine. But the fountain itself has this kind of like sheen to the top of the water that you're not sure if it's illusory or not. But as soon as you go down to the water, it's like this huge like cylinder type thing with lots of different like rooms and buildings kind of built in and around the cylinder. Like you're kind of going down through like a vertical street basically.
She's just like, wow, this is so cool, and she's like wishing that she had her little journal, and she's like, she looks back up where the other guy is. She's like, I don't know where Naria is.
He like comes down and you hear his like he's speaking to you underwater. He has this kind of like, I don't know, almost echo in his voice, and he points down. He says, at the very bottom there's the glass building. It's the chamber. Well, she should be there.
Can I also talk underwater?
You can try.
Without even thinking, she just goes like, oh, she waves, goes, thank you.
Yeah, you just sort of have
like,
this echo. You just have this echo
Oh,
in your
cool.
voice. Yeah.
She's like, oh. She like does like an excited thing. She like points at her own throat. She's like, this is so cool.
You like kind of like first time. Okay, yeah, all right. You know.
Like she is so fucking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah.
And then she realizes she's gonna smell like wet dog later, and she's not
wet
looking forward
dog.
to it.
Ooh, God. Yeah, we don't.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, there's a minus to the charisma saves and checks later on.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you swim down. There's this large, like, kind of dome that has a strange, like, kind of door portal type thing that as you get closer to it, the glass almost, like, kind of melts and separates for you.
She's like, is there like a knock? I don't want to just barge in. If she's
You see multiple people around, in and around there, so...
Oh, she's... I don't know what the etiquette is. Do you knock? Do you just go in? I don't want to be rude.
He just kind of make motions for you to go in, just like kind of shrugs.
Okay, she waves.
As you sort of descend down, yeah, this is, as much as you could understand it, an underwater library, which is very strange.
I thought they lived here too, so she's absolutely thinking it's like houses and then a library somewhere else.
Oh yeah. No, this is like an underwater library. It's very, everything is kind of based off of like rings and circles and spheres. And
she's hyperventilating. She's like, oh my god, I'm out of fucking, there's so many things. There's so many stories.
There's like scrolls all over the place and stone tablets and weirdly books all underwater. So it's...
Oh, there's got to be some kind of preservation magic. Oh, I wish I knew how to do that kind of thing. I wonder if I can learn how to do that kind of thing. I wonder.
Like she's just like thinking like a little bit out loud to herself because she's really excited.
You hear from kind of the corner, you hear Naria's voice say, Runa, wait.
Hi.
Did you forget something?
No. And she like goes and she pulls out her like little pouch that she had with her. She's like, ta-da!
Naria's like kind of has this like grin, this like angry grin where she's like, she wants to be mad, but you know, she isn't.
I offered.
She takes it and says, thank you. This still doesn't repay back the destroyed chronicle, but it's a good start from
I heard
Endrick.
about that. I can absolutely not believe that.
She just kind of collectively sighs as well. So if you need anything from our archives, just try to make sure you keep it in water. Every hour or two, it's out.
Oh, there's like a checkout system?
Well, of course. Our archives are open to everyone.
Oh. Do you have stuff from like really old things? I'm looking to see like maybe where like old cities and temples and stuff were from before everything exploded.
She like kind of looks a little confused. She's from before the shattering.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it could be after too if we've discovered any of them, but whichever, just mostly locations of old things.
Locations of old things.
Well, places, I guess.
I have some old maps if you like.
That would be extremely helpful. Yes, please.
Okay, well, and she like swims over very easily, by the way. It's different, you know, you swimming over versus her swimming over to somewhere.
Doggy paddle.
Yeah, it's this awkward little scramble.
She's
or whatever.
actually more graceful, but I you have to make the dog jokes. I can't not do it.
You just got to get her used to it. It's the first day, okay? Yeah, she pulls out this like or she opens this like sort of large set of double doors and doesn't open them like out, but just kind of like places her hand in between, like moves the glass as it kind of like warps open into another chamber. And in this room there is it's fairly dark, but there's like it's lit by kind of various like almost like kelp vines that go around the outside of the glass, like on the exterior of the building, that kind of give this like orange, like dull hue into the middle. There's also like some lantern type things that are little kind of like bulbs that she like sort of twists the bottom of and they activate. In the center of the room, there is a large globe actually, and it is a globe of Teleria. But you notice that on the side that is showing is the Shattered Sea pre-shattering, so it says Aldaria on it.
Her eyes are doing like the anime sparkles.
She's like going over and like looking at maps and stuff. She says, "Is there something in particular you're looking for? A region, perhaps?"
I don't really know regions. I'm looking for an old temple.
Temple? What was it called?
Aldranus?
Aldranus. She kind of thinks for a minute and...
I heard mention of it, but I know nothing else about it. I come from sagey type things, so I find all of this really interesting. So I just want to learn about it since I couldn't find any information back home.
She kind of nods and thinks for a minute. I haven't heard of Aldranus.
Like a lot of things like that it just exists.
Yeah. You know,
if it's something that would throw up a bunch of like sus or red flags, she wouldn't like necessarily.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
She kind of thinks for a minute and says, "You know, is this a sage temple?"
I believe it might be, but I'm not certain.
She thinks for a second. I think we might need
the name.
We might need to enlist the help of somebody else as well. I'm going to go send word for a friend of mine from the Sage Temple to come help us out with this.
Was that okay? I don't want to be a bother.
It's no bother. This is our job. We are our history keepers. We are storytellers. We are the ones that maintain the legacy before the shattering. So this is all within our purview, and it is open to the public, so it's no trouble at all.
Thank you.
But if it has to do with sage matters, there might be certain things that I can't access. And she looks over at a set of drawers that are all locked.
Oh. Okay. Is there any paper I could purchase that I could use for underwater? I only have surface paper, and I don't want to necessarily take a bunch of things out, you know? That would be rude and make it so other people can't.
She kind of chuckles and says, "I will grab you something even better. So let me go send a summons for our friend here to unlock that, and I'll grab you something to write on and something to write with. Actually, that's also important."
Oh,
so
that is. Thank you.
Excuse me for a moment. She like kind of swims out.
Is there anybody else in the room
No.
when she leaves?
No, you're now alone in this room.
Fucking, like, have you seen Apothecary Diaries?
No.
Okay, like a fucking feral gremlin. She fucking so excited goes over to where the sage things are and just like she wants to see. Or is it sealed by runes? Is it something that she can open? Is it something that she's familiar with? Does she know? Has she seen these runes before? Are they similar to the runes that are by her family? Like all of it.
Make an investigation check.
Let me see if I wrote down what my modifier was. Never mind. I don't have investigation wrote down. What's my modifier?
3.
3? Nice. I got a nat fucking 20.
Okay, natural 20 for a 23.
Yeah.
All right, you find something amazing that I'll tell you about right after we take our first break. So I will be right back. I'm gonna get more water. You go do what you gotta do, Fishelin, and I will see you back here in like 5 or 10 minutes, however long you want to take. I'll chill and
chat.
Nah, you're fine. Nah, it's okay. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, bye. Chat. Hi. Are you having fun? I'm having so much fucking fun. I assume you can hear me. I'm just gonna make the assumption. This is really cool, right? It's so cool to get to like actually see like like all of Evan's streams are like in the world and developing it in so many cool different ways. It's so cool to finally like make it a living thing that you get to interact with and play in and run around. I'm so excited. And you guys have all been watching this like, weekly, like daily mostly. And I hope that you're having fun. If there's anything that you know that I don't know, I'm also okay with you be like, oh yeah, that's like this thing. I don't care. I'm excited. Thanks for going to find the mermaids. Don't you worry. I love hot women. I've seen that mermaid art before. Don't you worry. I await the glow being broken at any point. No, I don't want to break anything. Hendrik did that. You haven't watched in months? Hey, it happens. It absolutely happens. More of this, please. Yeah. That's the goal. So the only thing that might disrupt that is I'm currently job hunting because I graduated from college. So, you know, that's like the natural progression of life. And so it would be a day job. So that we would still end up playing. It's just the time slot would end up changing. But I know that Evan also posts VODs and things, so I'm almost like positive that there's going to be probably a playlist or something that'll be VODs of the game. So yeah, all of that stuff will be up. I know it's always more fun to get to watch it live though. It's so cool. It's so fun. I love playing D&D so fucking much. I love just being a little guy. Yeah, VODs. Okay, just these ones specifically, please. I wasn't going to out you. just these ones specifically. Like this session 0 and then these ones. Gotta make a playlist. I just hear. I'm not putting extra work. No. I'm not signing other people up for work. No, never. Why would I do something like that? Look, I can't do my job as YouTube and Twitch keeps throwing a tantrum. Oh, you can throw as many tantrums as you want. That's okay. Just please still get the playlist done. Hi, Nick. How are you guys doing? Don't forget to hydrate, fuckers. I see you sitting over there in your gamer chairs. You've been sitting there for the last 2 hours. When's the last time you took a sip of water? When's the last time you did a stretch? Stretches are important. No, it's not okay. I literally cannot upload the VODs because Twitch and YouTube refuse to communicate. As an editor, you should be able to... Worst case scenario, you should be able to download the VODs as like a big-ass long video. And then you could upload them. It would take like 4 hours, though. Stretching is for the weak. Stretching is for the stiff-muscled who have been sitting in too long and haven't moved around at all.
Bro, did you even get up? Why not?
I didn't need to.
You just sat there like a gremlin the whole time?
I stretched.
Yeah,
and then I yelled
stretched.
at Blaze about VODs.
Why? Because he's not uploading my VODs?
Because apparently Twitch and YouTube aren't talking to each other, so we can't upload your VODs.
Yeah, I tried that. I tried that.
You know, you're using OBS now. You know you can download your VODs like as you record it, right?
But then I have to upload it to YouTube, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to start doing, probably the next week or two, is multi-streaming, so that it'll just auto-save my VODs on YouTube now.
Oh, that'll be really cool.
Planning on multi-streaming to YouTube for the VODs, Twitch. I might multi-stream to Kick for the meme, just to see if anybody gets mad at me for doing that.
Interesting.
And then if I can, multi-stream to TikTok live as well. I can do that.
It is doable, but I think that they're pretty restrictive on who gets a stream key.
Yeah, you have to have, I think, like 1 or 2 or 10,000 followers. I forget.
Something like that.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the VTuber animating software where you can animate things, and I'm going to post every single day a different character with animated assets to whatever a thing sound.
We're gonna clickbait the
we're just gonna
numbers.
farm the number up and get where we need to be, and then we can start streaming. So
sounds good.
Yep.
I support you. Get that bag.
Yep. You understand? All right. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So the interior of this room is very dark. Has that kind of dim, dark academia feel. The Azale have mostly strangely like wooden materials and glass, wood, glass, and metal. So there's lots of like cabinets that are sort of beautifully ordained or in gemstones and other gilding and stuff like that. They look like it's kind of a collection of things from around the world. I mean, this is like a map room where you get like, maybe you were given a dwarven map set once, or a, you know, whatever map set. The sage kind of thing contraption is, it looks like a shelf that has like multiple trays that can kind of be pulled out of it. And they're all like locked. They only have like a small rune in the center, but the rune has a key. And so you know how to unlock runes. That's not beyond you, but the key is what's necessary. However, you are investigating this thing. You're looking around it. You're feeling around it. You know, nobody's looking. You do notice that there is a distinct sigil on the side of one of the like drawers. Now, you know astral sage rings. They're very ornamental. They have like kind of these petals on the rings. You've seen them 1,000 times. They're like, you know, decorative and whatever else. Night runes are a little sharper, a little bit more menacing, right? Instead of being sort of petals, they're kind of like inverted kind of spikes on these rings. A little bit dangerous, sharper. And you're kind of feeling around, looking around. You feel something on the side, and you kind of look between the two cabinets, and you see that there is a night sigil on the bottom shelf.
Are there any night organizations in the Shattered Sea?
Nope. There's only one night organization, one night temple, and it is in that valley where all the sages are, in a dark, spooky, you know, stormy area, in a dark blackstone temple. The knights are always very secluded. They're very protective. You always get the sense that the knowledge that you gained as a knight was very dangerous, right? You wielded magic in a casual way that would allow you to become a very, very deadly group of warriors if it was sort of mass produced, right? You'd be unstoppable. So
how much time has passed
since what?
Since she left.
So you would have stopped. You would have been on the boats for about five weeks, we said. And then how?
Since I keep wanting to call her Narmaya. I'm so sorry.
Narya. Narya. Okay.
Narya. Yeah.
Maybe like 3 minutes.
3 minutes. And she has to leave and go to another building that's located somewhere else, and then come back.
Yeah. And she's getting something else for you to write on.
I don't know if she was getting me stuff to write on and then getting the lady, or getting the lady and then stuff to write on.
She didn't say she was getting a lady. She was getting an individual.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. All of the sages I've seen so far are ladies, so I assumed it was a matriarchal thing.
All right. Okay, dude.
I'm sorry. My bad.
What do you want to do? There's like a little like innocent like puffer fish that just like swims by you.
I give the puffer fish a look. Like,
I wish I had sent it.
she's just sitting there like, I don't know what I want to do. I really want to do the thing.
You can come back here. supposedly.
She's gonna wait for now. She's like, the self-restraint is like, fucking dude, you just
Okay.
put a steak on the table and then walked away.
So in addition to that being the meatiest part of your investigation, you also notice that this entire like cabinet contraption thingy was you've seen them around in sage temples. It's from like an older sort of like era of astral sages. It's kind of like the old, if you think about like old furniture from like, you know, that you might find in a church from like, I don't know, the Byzantine period or whatever. It's like that bench has been here for like 800 years or some shit, or it's designed to look like that. It's one of those, it's like an older contraption, and maybe not old enough to be like Aldarian, but definitely from older sage orders, kind of, you know, worn down a little bit, but definitely intentionally placed. Like they would have had to have been gifted to this archive, or maybe liberated or found or something, but its presence in this room is like unique, right?
For the cabinet? Sorry, I was
The
writing
cabinet,
notes.
yeah, for the cabinet.
Okay.
It supposedly has whatever maps or things that need to be unlocked.
Okay, so
Couple minutes
the cabinet
pass.
itself is an enigma. And then the fact that the cabinet not only has astral sage runes, but also astral night rune on it.
An astral night lock.
An astral night lock. Does that needs a key as well, or that's like a
Nope.
Hey, you know the night code, so here do the cool hand sign,
very
the magic, and it opens.
So it's the same way as, remember when you were in your village rune site as a young girl playing through the runes, learning about sage stuff, and you saw that cool door of interesting looking neat runes, and then you go serve at the night order for all those years, and you come back and you're like walking through your old stomping ground as a grown woman now, and you see this door that was mysterious night runes, and you're like, hold on, and you like place your hand on it and like activate the rune, and the door opens. You know, it's kind of one of those. The knights are very much in that they like the idea of, because astral night magic is different, unique, and secret from sages. They don't need things like keys and whatnot. They lock everything within the internal power. That like the tattoo you have on you is like
it's the key.
Is kind of the key. Yeah, you have to channel like aura magic through that tattoo into your hand, and then like, you know, basically open it up. So
and I can close it back then. Because if it's just like opening a drawer and closing it, that's something that you can do super quick.
Yeah, it is. This is also very old.
Why'd you say it like that?
I'm just. Yeah, it's a drawer. It's a drawer.
I'm gonna wait.
Okay.
The self-restraint is so hard.
All right.
So hard. We're gonna wait for now.
Couple minutes pass. Narya takes a little bit.
Nix, don't ask that question.
A little bit longer.
She's like, fuck, I could open it. Like the more time that goes
See?
on, she's just like, fuck.
Just slowly drowning. No, after a little bit, Narya actually returns with a human male, a little bit older, kind of has the gray salt and pepper cropped hair and like a little bit of a stubbly beard, and he's in these kind of robes, these kind of like white formal astral sage robes. And you know, there's kind of two real types of astral sages. There's the sages that kind of conform with the tradition, and sages that are a little more contemporary, right? The ones that choose to wear the old robes and the old ways and looking, you know, they're more monastic, and the ones that are just kind of doing sage things, right? Very different from the knights, who all sort of conform to the knight sort of standard. But he's definitely one that represents the old sort of more monk-like astral sages. So he has the old flowing white robes and the chain with the book, and his astral atlas is following behind him, and he kind of swims in very easily into it. And Narya says, Bruna, this is who I wanted to introduce you to. Bruna, this is Balin, and Balin is a master archivist from the Sage Order in the upper city. But thankfully, he spends a lot of his time, she kind of looks at him, down here, because and he just kind of responds, quieter. Just quieter.
That makes sense. There's probably a lot going on at the temple, huh? Especially in such a large city.
He like kind of nods and has this like sympathetic like, half smile. Yeah, it's busy. A little bit hard to do some thinking. Down here, nice and cool. You can connect with the aura. And you, when he turns to Narya and said that she was an astral sage. And Narya looks at you and says, well, you are, right?
No. I mean, maybe once upon a time, but not anymore. Technically. I don't think you can really be a sage as a kid specifically, but I guess tendencies?
Balin like kind of swims over and now is like on the floor in front of you. And he towers over you. He's pretty tall and imposing, you know. And he's kind of looking down at you. He says, nah, you're not a sage. So who are you then?
Oh, hi, I'm Runa.
He just snorts a little bit. May the orders bless you, Runa. I am Balin Rathgrub. And he extends his hand out to shake yours. Did you shake his hand?
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Old lady secrets. Is also a sage. Is there like a trick, like a handshake trick or something? Is he gonna like read her aura or something with a handshake?
He absolutely can.
I mean, she hasn't lied. She's just been. Can I vibe check him in like the split second of like
him
like
with an insight.
out of hand without it being sus?
Hit him with an insight.
Not as good. I mean, it's average, I guess. But insight was +4. Wait, that's actually kind of poggers. Dirty 20. 16 + 4, right? Yeah. Math is hard.
Okay, guys, we gotta do the first whisper of the game. Okay. So I am going to quickly get on a plane and fly to America.
It's gonna be great.
To just wait. Yeah. Okay. No. So you get the impression that he's like in some ways onto you.
Well, yes, that's all. I didn't need an insight check for that.
And he's more amused. Kind of like a, what are you hiding, you dumb kid? As opposed to like, it's more of a playful kind of thing, as opposed to like, I need to investigate to see if she's like dangerous or whatever. He's a little bit guarded because like you're looking at some important ass shit, and he kind of needs to like size you up a little bit, but in that sizing up of you, he's not like you don't read a automatic sort of negative bias from him.
Okay, got it.
I wasn't sure. You never know. So since she knows like he's gonna be able to like read aura, she's gonna like go for a handshake and be like, "I used to be a knight."
When you reach for the handshake, he pulls his hand back, and he just like takes a step back, and like slowly bows down, in a very respectful way, and kind of makes his hand sign. And just like kind of, it's a very, among the sort of more monastic sages, the knights are like vaguely religious figures.
She's gonna like, not in like a like rush up to him, but she's gonna like rush up to him like, "Sir, you don't have to do it." And she's gonna like try to like help like pull him back upright and be like, "I'm not a knight anymore."
He sort of maintains his like bow for like a minute, like a couple moments, pulls it up and says, "It is an honor to meet you. You are most welcome here in our city. Our temple and everything at our disposal is at your service, Lady Knight."
Not much of a knight without a sword.
He kind of like looks at you and says, "That is a problem." Are you looking for your blade?
No,
What?
I grew up with I'm sorry, I forget the word. Circle, not temple, right?
Circle, yeah.
I grew up by a sage circle, and it was always so free flowing and accepting. But I wanted to explore and see the world. And when I was little, some knights came by, and so I joined up. I didn't realize that exploring would also require
so much letting go of life, and it felt at odds to me. Then eventually I just couldn't do it anymore.
Kind of nods and sort of, at the very least, accepts the story and kind of considers it. Well, it's very unusual to find a former knight, at the very least.
That's fair. It
Technically,
didn't end on bad terms or anything.
technically, I am not at the liberty to sharing certain secrets
Understandable.
with those beyond the Knight Order.
Mm.
But maybe I can help you with whatever you're searching for. If you tell me what you need, I can probably find it for you. Naria says that you are looking for maps. Maps? Very easy. We can look at maps together.
Mm.
If you need any other help, I'll try and be of service. But you must understand that there are certain restrictions to my power.
I completely understand. No one person, well, maybe one, but outside of one, no one person has power to do everything and bend all over the rules.
He, like, you know, you can see that he has this, like, unfortunate, like, shit, I wish I could help her kind of, you know, nod. For now, maps. Where are you looking for? Temple, Naria says.
Yes, I was looking through some old archives, and especially growing up with circles and then knighthood, I find it all very interesting, and I still, I still carry off the same thing. Just because I put my sword down doesn't mean I stop being who I am. I saw mention of a temple I've never heard of, and I wanted to see if I could find it. It's called a Temple of Aldranus?
You seem like think for a second. And it's located here.
Yes. Found it in a very old scrap of paper that unfortunately did not survive the trip.
How old? You seem kind of like pull his glasses up and kind of adjust them. That question.
She like rocks back a little bit, like she's trying to like really kind of think and push it together. Not because she doesn't know, but because like, how do you age a piece of how do you date a single piece of parchment without a date on it? She's like,
I mean, the entry the journal entry did have a date.
Yeah, it did have a date on it, but she's not going to tell him about a journal entry.
I'm just making sure that you know I'm trying to help out. Okay, cool.
I know you are, but she.
So you're trying
to.
Okay, so you're trying to. Okay.
She's like the oldest I've ever seen. Old enough that I was worried it would fall apart when I picked it up. It was made of a material. It wasn't like our current parchments, and it wasn't like the parchments from the age of this thing, that thing, or even the thing from before then. So I've never really seen anything specifically like that. So I assume it is very old.
He looks at Naria and says, "Could be Aldarian." And she just kind of shrugs and says, "You're the expert." And he like says, "I don't know about any temple of this," and he like kind of is mumbling to himself, and he like unlocks the kind of like looks down at the cabinet, goes like 3 down. There's like 5 drawers. He goes 3 down, unlocks it, opens it up, and pulls out these like flattened sort of like maps, and he kind of starts putting them on the table in the center. That is like sort of like a ring table that goes around the globe. The globe's pretty huge. And it's got this like kind of sitting table around at the ring, kind of like a bar stool type thing. He starts putting the maps down, kind of or like arranging them to fill out the parts of the Shattered Sea. And he's like examining it, and he pulls out a magnifying glass and is kind of like looking through and kind of trying to study it really. He's looking through. I wonder if. Well, there was no temple here, but there was a city of Eldranus.
Oh, city. It could have been a mistranslation on my part.
I don't see any other Eldranus words. I think it's a unique name and less of a a title, like how many shires are there across the western end, and how many cities named Grandcrest are there. I think it's one of those things, so it could be referring to this, but this parchment is from the Aldarian age. This map is very old. There were no no astral sages here pre-Shattered Sea, and he kind of like moves over.
I do apologize. I could have mistranslated it. Whatever language the dog. I've decided now that the dog people have their own language. Whatever language that the dog people speak, it's my second language. And sometimes when it comes to reading, especially with ages, like she's like going through like, the whole like, second language type thing. May I see it real quick? I just want to see if maybe the parchment is similar. Maybe that would help put them in the same time frame.
He steps aside.
She's gotta go up. Are they similar?
I mean, it's not like so this has been treated with some sort of a spell. So the parchment has some sort of like hydrophobic barrier to it.
Yeah, so you can't like feel the texture the same.
It's hard, yeah, because you're underwater right now. But it looks the same. Like it's got very similar kind of treatments and markings and like a composition of material.
It's a little bit difficult because of the spell, obviously, but everything else looks pretty similar. So it must have been a mistranslation. Is Aldranus explored? Is it known?
And he kind of like looks over and actually like moves like heaves this large iron globe over to the Shattered Sea side. So now you've got this big Shattered Sea like kind of like iron map that's sort of like raised and stuff in front of you. And he kind of like puts his hand across it and says, that city should be, well, much. And he kind of looks down and he says, much of old Aldaria was sunk during the cataclysm, so.
Oh, so they both sunk and rose then?
Could be. I think you'd be looking for something around here. He kind of like points down and says, Aldranus would be the capital city of the southern. Okay, he's kind of like pushing through. He says, Grandcrest. Grandcrest is the location of the most important holy site to the Aldarians, and became our city once the the sea was raised. But the capital of the Aldarian kingdom was right here, Aldranus. And he motions down on the Shattered Sea map, like a couple of inches down below, and kind of taps like kind of open ocean in between. Where kind of the R and the E is on the word Grandcrest.
Yeah.
He said, so. And he kind of thinks for a second, and Narya kind of pipes in and says, I might have something about this. And he kind of looks back. She says, well, I just recall as an adventuring group had recently returned from Marsgrad, having relics of old Aldarian fine pottery and art and things you might expect in a capital, so perhaps part of that city still remains on the Risen Island where Marsgrad is.
Oh, that's amazing. Marsgrad.
And she's like writing down little notes for herself.
Oh yeah, Narya brought you a journal.
Oh, yeah.
It's like this leather-bound journal that looks like it's bound in kind of like fish scale leather. Like it's kind of got this like cool sheen to it.
She holds it, looks at it, and just like holds it like to her chest. Is like,
thank you.
And you'll need this. And she hands you this special like quill pen that's made of like metal and like it looks kind of like brass, but it's like kind of shaped like jagged coral a little bit.
Like you can't tell because she's underwater, but like almost tearing up of like it's such a thoughtful gift. There's like not even just like scraps of like treated parchment or something. She's like I haven't gotten a gift. I've merely made a new friend. Like,
we have them laying around. It's no trouble at all, really.
She's like, thank you. Sorry. It's been a long time since I've got a gift. Thank you.
And she like starts opening it. She starts like writing down little notes. And she like tries to like kind of sketch out like general areas of stuff, like where things like were. So Mossgrad is like another floating island, like a city on it.
Yeah, Marsgrad is right below on the Shattered City map. It's right below Grandcrest on the right, And Marsgrad is on the island of Eleanor. And yeah, it's on the island of Eleanor, and the main city is called Marsgrad. And Narya says, I would assume that there might be some thing there, maybe if there was a temple. And then Balin kind of cuts her off a little bit and says, wow, let's not get our hopes up. After all, we're searching for a temple in the Aldarian Kingdom. If there was a temple in the Aldarian Kingdom, that would, well, and Narya says, change everything we know? He says, well, I mean, we aren't willing to make that.
I mean, that's quite a jump. I'm just an outsider from far away. I absolutely could have mistranslated, and I'm so sorry. I wish that I had it here that I could show you.
Balin,
Like, very genuine speaking.
Balin kind of, flattens his lips a little bit and says, well, if you ever choose to stop by the temple and I'm around, we can continue our discussions about this. Until then, I had better lock these up. These are important.
Oh, of course. Can I ask you about this?
About what?
This cabinet.
Oh, yes.
Did you move it here from the temple?
No, it wasn't ours to give, actually. It was a small circle from south of the Shattered Sea that had some sort of a fallen order of some sorts that gifted it to the Azael. So this is I can unlock it, but it belongs to Narya and her order.
Huh. You said a fallen order. As in like a knight order, or?
Oh, no. A sage order, I'm sure. I'm sure it was a sage order.
Oh, I've just never heard of sages. Like you have, where the big ones are the orders then?
They're 5. Yeah, they're 5 large orders.
Okay, so there was a 6th then? Do we have records of that?
Well, I'm
so interesting.
sure there's been small orders to come up and rise and fall throughout the time. It's rather tumultuous history, but it's one of those mysteries.
Especially with everything that happened.
Kind of nods. I would love to know one day, but kind of like pats the top of the cabinet. Sometimes history eludes the most interesting questions from us.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
If you were to discover a secret, would you want to know? Or would you rather it stay a secret? Or would you want everybody to know?
He leans back on the cabinet, kind of stares up into the like cluster of lanterns that kind of forms a Azael chandelier above the globe.
Mm-hmm.
In the Sage Orders, we pride ourselves on the sharing of knowledge. After all, we are simply children playing in the sandbox left to us from the Eldari.
So then how do you feel about the knighthoods? They're much more secretive.
The knights have earned their secrecy, in my opinion.
Mm.
Some things are a little too dangerous to be left in the open. Some secrets. The more you learn about the Aldarians, the more you understand and become sympathetic with the idea that maybe not all magics and not all powers ought to be left in the hands of mortals.
Mm.
Our wisdom is far wanting for our power. As far as the Sage Orders go, I suppose it would have to depend on whether or not it was a spell of renewal, healing, power, or a spell of destruction. There are stories someone as young as you might not have heard, but stories of sages uncovering things in tombs, old monuments and ruins, examining what the powers were and walking away. So, who am I to say what is right and wrong? But I think that at the very least, all we can do is pursue a secret, uncover a mystery, and hope that when we are at the end, we are strong enough to make the correct decision. He
You
said
think
he,
he
said,
would be?
he says that with a little bit of like investment behind that answer.
This man is quickly like racking up brownie points. I like him.
Do you think you would be strong enough?
He nods. Says, not as a younger man, but before I put these robes on, I was quite the adventurer. I thought it the duty of all sages to find every secret buried under the sands and dirt that time has left.
Mm.
Once I started adventuring and pursuing goals in the Shattered Sea, my opinions changed. The history of the Aldarians is a sad one. A shining jewel of humanity. The greatest magical mastery and mage minds our civilization has ever conjured. Wiped out. All of them. Without a scream. Without a whimper. Sometimes I imagine what it would have been like to be one of those soldiers returning from campaign to see their land a crater with purple mist glowing from it.
It would have been heartbroken. The fact that they were able to stay unified and to work together to build what exists now is a testament to their discipline.
Some would argue that very few of the original Aldarian remain here. After all, the consortium up the hill and the Senate even further up the hill are all recent residents compared to the Aldarians. So, the only true Aldarians that own any sort of legacy to this land would be the Sky Knights. The Sky Knights, and pray you never meet them. On the bad side, at least.
Well, that's fair. I hope I never do either.
I think now I've realized and learned a lesson that some magics are too dangerous. But it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be examined. Because I think that with every powerful spell, there's something to take for the good, something that can be taken for evil, and sometimes you have the ability to choose to bury parts of that. But, like I said,
something that's dangerous that's lost is a lot scarier than something that's dangerous that's hidden.
Many agree with you. Many orders that I would not even mention. He kind of leans in close to you. But there are those who, if you did get too close to uncovering an Aldarian mystery, might examine the quality of your character. But I'm sure you'll be fine. After all, we're just looking for an old sage temple that doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah.
So,
of course. May I ask you one more thing? I know I've asked much of you today.
he kind of nods.
The knights and the sages are quite divided nowadays. What if there was a time when they weren't? Have you ever heard of such a period? A period of, I guess, formation or divide?
He kind of closes his eyes for a minute and opens them and kind of stares into that chandelier again. He says,
They had to have split at some point, right?
I'm not sure if this was a story they would tell you at your order. It also wouldn't be my place to educate a knight on her order. But because you are not, because you're not a knight in your order, then I feel that the story of the Luma'ri is one that I've always wondered if it was true. But long ago, when the great sage orders began transitioning from simple shamans conjuring rain to performing healing magics, saving lives, and even wielding fire and flame through their hands, they were seen as a weapon to the bloodthirsty, greedy warlords that populate the world. The Star Speaker at the time had the wisdom to remove themselves from the squabbling of kings and emperors. They formed a group, a coalition of Astral Sage orders to work for each other. You see the rings on and he kind of pulls out his pendant that has the 6-pointed ring. The rings that we carry mean many things. They mean a certain Eldari runic structure. They also denote the 6 original orders that formed that ring. However, the knights were a necessary step, as the warlords would send their fighters and magicians to try and subjugate astral sages to perform great and powerful, terrible rituals. So a group was elected, a group of strong in body and mind, astral sages who could take up arms, who theorized that there would be a way to conjure weaponry and spells to cleave entire knights and soldiers in twain, to destroy fortresses, slay kings that would see the enslavement of their brethren. But those Luma'ri were unique. They were driven by different interests. They were some good, some questionable. But eventually,
any group.
They formed an order, recognizing their power. This order served to train more Luma'ri knights. This was the foundation of the Astral Knight Order, which I'm sure you know in your history books about a group of knights that formed the order. The problem is that the necessity of those knights to begin with was a bit of a, you could say, a wild time, when they were figuring out what things were possible in their powers. There are great things that you can do with an Astral Knight weapon. Great and terrible things. And part of the reason why they guard their secrets are so that they bolster against the weakness of the soul and avoid the temptations of greater powers. In their purview, they've done a good job of it. But in many opinions, it's a lost art, a lost people, a lost story. But, of course,
I don't disagree.
Ancient sages can tell their stories on the knights and their division. Most agree that the knight orders are in good service of a greater good. The knights have never given the astral sages any sort of reason to pause. They've been there to protect temples, they've saved sages, they've guarded rune sites, and they've made threats to the elvish kingdoms that if they were to ever lock pilgrimage to the seat of the Eldari, that they would wipe them off this planet. So,
and they mean that. They do. You should hear the dining halls whenever it's a drinking night. Whew.
He just sort of makes that like gesture of reverence and like bows to you again. I believe it.
She gives him a little wink.
Well,
do you think that the Luma'ri are needed?
She did not word that in the past tense.
What's needed are heroes to vanguard against the darkness. Perhaps a group of less rigid warriors wielding powers to save the runes and the history of the sages. There might be room for those individuals not within the order.
May I just vibe check him one more time? Because, like, me as a player, I'm gullible as hell. But Ruda's a lot more on edge about telling secrets that could be, like, really bad and have bad things happen. I want to point out that difference that exists so that you know, that I know, that we know where we're on the page. Is that okay?
Okay, all right. Hit an insight. Hit him with that insight.
Okay?
Hit him.
Hit him. Got it.
You can insight anything you want, yo.
Okay, well, I just want to make Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I love this dice. I got a new dice.
Mhm.
It was gifted to by a friend, and it's fucking. It's a pretty dice. It is rolling good. I got a 17. What's my
Get it.
modifier? 4?
4? All right.
17 plus 4.
Jesus Christ. Okay,
Right?
chill, dude.
I'm gonna
Chill.
use a different one after
The
this. I don't
first
know if
time,
it's
dude.
balanced.
The first time you go to swing a weapon at something, it's just gonna be over. It's gonna be a critical
No,
miss
that's when it's gonna fail
for
me.
3. Yeah.
I will post Dice Goblin pictures in the Discord server after. If I forget, somebody can at me.
His general demeanor is he's sort of trying to speak to you between the lines. You are understanding that there's a lot of speaking between the lines, where he understands that you are doing something important, and you are not part of the Night Order. So he is like bound to not grant you access to certain things or tell you about certain things or whatever, in a way that a knight would walk into a sage temple and say, "Hey, show me your secret shit," and they're like, "Okay."
Got it.
But
Cool.
he's
Just wanted to make
trying to help you out, also is respectfully keeping his distance,
Mhm.
you know, so that you
In
don't
case,
have to
you know,
say anything that you don't want to. But you know, he's
Does the knight have to be holding their weapon to use their magic to activate a rune?
no.
Okay, cool. Then she's gonna like kind of like back away and wander back away towards the cabinet. She's gonna be like, secret for secret. There had to have been, huh?
He raises an eyebrow.
There had to have been knights over here at some point. And she like beckons him over.
He like walks over with a bit of a like smile, like, "All right, what's this about?"
And she's gonna like point. She's gonna be like, "That's not one of yours." And she points at the night rune.
He looks down at it, thinks for a moment. His eyes trail back up to you, back to the rune,
She definitely just like,
and he just kind of he kind of clears his throat, adjusts himself, stands up straight, and he turns and begins to walk away and says, "Well, then I am forbidden. A knight, on the other hand, I'm sure could easily open the bottom of the vault. Maybe we'll find one day."
I really do hope so. I know that I'm new to the city, but the people here are quite friendly, and if I'm so bold as to assume, I feel like I've made more than one friend today.
and she'll look over at the very
Naria.
Naria.
Naria is sitting there chewing her nails, by the way. like she's you know, like imagine she has her knees all up like this, but instead it's her tail,
Yeah.
and she's like got one hand wrapped around her tail, and the back of her tail is just sort of flipping back and forth, and she's chewing her nails just like this is some real shit, man, you know?
She saw Runa go from like pitiful crying, like lost, to like she's in her shit. She's like,
if a friend after work, when they're free, would ever like to hang out for a drink, I'm staying at the Dragon's Claim.
Balin just kind of nods. Says, "Maybe we'll have some stories to tell." Either way, Naria, we should give our young former knight a little space. I'm sure she has much to consider. And Naria's like, "But I want to sit." Oh, okay. Of course, we
she'll
should.
give Naria a wink.
We should go and organize something. She just like swims out. Vela just kind of walks out, and as he like turns to close the door, he just gives you another respectful bow, and then waves his hand as the door just kind of.
She'll give one back. And then like she's gonna hold it for like a solid like 3 seconds until she's sure everyone's gone.
Mhm.
And then she's gonna like a little girl who's been holding into her assignment way too long. She's gonna like the water equivalent of like jump up and down, go, yeah, get over the cabinet.
All right, what do you do?
I'm opening the cabinet.
All right, you place your hand on the rune. You activate it. It's a very basic lock. Like this isn't even like there are some like locks that are like, ooh, you got to be like this level or this rank to be able to like unlock this ring of whatever. No, this is just like a slap it. It opens. It just
We're
kind
just over here like, man, it was a lot hard to figure out how to open the other rooms. Like almost complaining that it's too easy to.
yeah,
open.
it's kind of just like opens and just like just kind of comes out a little
Runa's
bit.
absolutely the person who, like, when she was studying, like, she figured out runes earlier than she was supposed to in order to get into places that she shouldn't.
believe
so
it.
That she could read stories. Like, she's one of those.
I believe it. Yeah, I wonder she's not in the order anymore. It's crazy. Yeah, so
add new runes to shit.
so it pops open a little bit, and
She's very gentle with
there's
it, because
like
obviously it's ancient.
there's like this blue glow coming from it.
Oh. Does that like spark anything in the brain?
A lot of Astral Night shit glows blue. Like if you want to think about Astral Night, like I have a really shitty piece of concept art from
I'd
back in
love
the
to see
day
it. I'd
of
love
like
to see it.
before bed. I was like going to sleep and I like woke up, I'm like, wait, I need to do this thing. I went and I did this thing in 5 minutes of what an Astral Night runestone looks like. And so it's this kind of like dark.
Runestone.
It's like a place where they like collect their power or whatever.
Oh,
So they've got these like
that's
sort of
cool.
energetic lines. So this is actually like the right outside the temple. So the temple for the knights has this kind of like dark, smoky, like dark cloud above it most
Oh
of
my
the
God,
time.
they're so edgy, and then Runa's just a flower child.
It's
like,
so
skipping through
unfortunate.
the-
She would have never lasted in the order.
No, never.
So it has that kind of like blue glow to it, you know, coming out of the cabinet.
Like, if I keep God, I hate myself for names. I'm so sorry.
You're
Narya?
you're learning. Yeah, it's fine. You ask as many times as you do. Yeah, Narya.
Dude, if Narya's like cupping her eyes, like trying to catch any glimpses, all she's gonna see is like Runa's tail just fucking mock speed as fast as it can underwater. Like she's so excited.
Just kicking up all these bubbles.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
so many little bubbles all over the place.
All right. All right. Yeah.
She's so excited, but she's also like all of the excitement is in the tail because she's like, steady hands. This is important. This shit is old. I can't fuck it up.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna like slowly open it.
Okay. It kind of
I had a horrible thought, but I already said I opened it.
okay. Yeah, I mean, you open it up, and what's your dexterity defense? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I
I'm
don't
kidding.
know.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh,
I'm
that
kidding.
wasn't
I'm
my
kidding.
horrible thought. Okay,
kidding.
I'm gonna let you tell me, and then I'll tell you my horrible thought after, so that you can't change it on me.
Okay, got it. Deal. No, so
Yeah. Shake.
you open it up, and there's like a couple of like parchment maps type things, like flat, you know. And then there's there's like this astral steel medallion. Never even heard of astral steel being used for jewelry, though 5 months ago you had never heard of astral steel used for anything but a sword, because the order, as you know, protects astral steel, as they are the only ones in the world that can make it, the only ones who have any right to it, and all astral steel made from the order is like Mandalorians in Beskar. They will hunt you to the ends of the earth if you have an astral steel sword. But as Runa recalls, when you found the spear and you're like, am I okay? The Grand Master of the Order, when all the others like senior knights were ready to pounce on you and say that doesn't belong to you, we're taking that, you know, it's astral steel, it belongs to us. He like adjusted his glasses and said, well, technically that's not astral steel that we've made. We only make longswords. So that is astral steel from before the order existed, in a very, very short period of time, just a few years, where these Luma'ri knights found out how to make astral steel. to then the order being formed and all the dogma and everything like being made and all the weapons being sort of repurposed into long swords and whatnot. There's very, very few relics that exist made of astral steel that the Astral Knight Order would have no claim to. This appears to be one of them. You think, anyway.
A pendant? Like a necklace pendant? Or
Yep.
Okay. And the scrolls are fine?
Scrolls are fine.
Okay, cool.
The entire thing has basically been enchanted with this water protection thing.
Thank
So-
God, because that was my whole thing. I was like, shit, I said I opened it and it's just been sealed forever and now it's underwater and oh my God.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Like,
I wouldn't give you an underwater library and a secret chest that if you opened it up there, then you ruin everything, okay?
I was so afraid for a second.
I
I was
mean...
like, this is a test and I have failed.
I would do that in a later game, but you're good.
Gotta keep me on my toes.
Yeah. No, it's
It was still hilarious and it didn't cause bad things, so shut up, Blaze.
true. True. Jesus.
Yeah.
All right.
Gosh. Ugh.
So there's this pendant, and then there is a
This appears politically safe.
a runestone, which is a slab of this dark, like sort of onyx stone that has this etching of a rune in it that is, the actual rune that all knights have inscribed on their body so that they can like channel the aura through themselves into their weapons to be able to like cast their spells.
Oh my God.
And this
what
is
they used it
this is the
before they
rune.
Tattooed.
Like it's the same rune. Now, whether you don't know how it's applied or whatever, or if this is like just an old version of it, or like if it's just like cool story, bro, but it's the same fucking rune. And you never see it in like stone form or whatever. It's the sacred art of it getting it tattooed on your body. Where
This is what they used before they tattooed, right?
the rune didn't exist. Well, yeah, I mean the rune doesn't exist. So the thing about this, the rune doesn't exist outside of tattoos. It's considered part of their tradition. There's no record of the rune anywhere. They don't chisel it, they don't carve it, they don't make it into medallions or whatever. They only have a tradition of passing it down, of tattooing it onto another person. So this is long before anyone had that as a rule or a cultural tradition. This is like pre-Night Order shit right here.
Okay. I'm trying. I can't speed read and listen to things and to be interesting for stream at the same time. So I'm just going to ask you instead of taking a moment to read the thing. The note did talk about worried about magic being too much, thinking about tattooing. Did it say what they were using before? So like she's like, oh hey, fuck it, this shit, it's right here. Or is it just like her making that connection?
The last entry in Ada Krell's journal that you read was, for now I am still so tired. The burden of our newfound powers on my body are great, and I feel the use of an atlas is insufficient. Perhaps I'll ask one of our weavers about engraving the bloody rune right on my very skin.
Is Atlas what the sages called their magic-y doodad?
Yeah.
Okay, so
the early rune,
this is
the
different
early Luma'ri knights were using an atlas to try and channel their powers, and then they tried to like channel. I mean, maybe they tried to channel into their weapons, but they didn't have the knight. Part of being the knight is that you are sort of cutting out the middleman between the powers of the universe and your weapon. You're cutting out that atlas that will align itself. So you know this. You need to like spiritually align yourself with the cosmos to be able to draw. This is why knights need to have a very, very sophisticated like knowledge of star charts and things, so that you sort of know what degree to align yourself every single evening or every couple days to be able to like pull powers from the universe through and into your body.
Only gets lost during the day.
If you put her on like a boat in the middle of the ocean, she gets home in a straight line as fast as possible. The problem is streets and
it's really
people.
Cloudy. I can't really see the stars.
Yeah,
it's
it's overcast. So
I'm sorry. I had to.
No.
You were doing so much amazing exposition. I had to have a player moment. I'm sorry.
You're the player, all right? If you don't have
I'm
the player
sorry.
moment, none of the other players will. Okay? You see Ella in
I'm
here?
the only player. Chat get T-post on.
Jesus Christ! Holy shit! Got fucking dunked.
I'm sorry. I like to bully chat.
I know. I know.
Once again, defeated by architecture.
It's not wrong.
So Ruda immediately, besides excitement, brain going a million miles an hour. Two theories are this: the rune is either a stepping stone from Atlas to Tattoo,
Mhm.
or it is something different that is adjacent and similar. Does the tattoo, beside being like holy, like, hey, this is the symbol that funnels our magic, does it have any kind of like meaning? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, we're not like, oh, this is important to us, but like, oh, this symbols the flow of magic throughout space-time continuum, that kind of meaning. It's known, I guess.
It does, but it's complicated.
Got it.
I don't think I gave you history trained. I should give you history trained just to make my life easier.
That would be pretty cool of you.
So I think you have a +1. Do a history check. Yeah, whatever. Do a +1 history check.
Okay. 10.
So the runic language of the ancients is a challenge.
They're 3 languages deep now.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Understanding the meaning behind these symbols there is meaning, and it is with great academic effort that sages, more so sages than knights, but both orders, try and pursue the meaning and understanding runes, because the way the Eldari magics work is like the runes that you use for your spells are kind of the mathematic building blocks that form the magic spells that theoretically, depending on which myth you believe, created the universe. As far as the realms of Eldara goes, right? That the Eldari, whether they were an individual or a people or whatever the Eldari were, they use these runes to basically build the worlds, and they breathe life into it. So anything that is involved in the creation of the world and magic itself, these runes can kind of do. The problem is it's so vastly complicated and so beyond our knowledge and in Lost Tech, which, by the way, as a side note, I figured out some amazing shit for how this works when I went on an 8-hour rant with Ella the other night, and I made her very tired of me talking, but I figured out some stuff that we should talk about later from a linguistic standpoint. So
I love linguistics standpoint.
understanding these runes is like knowing what a rune is. Sometimes you can know that like the rune is more of a building block. Like, oh, if you put this here and then put this rune here and then shine magic through it, you get like this spell. And so there's a little bit of that trial and error, just like very unsophisticated understanding of how this magic works, right? But there's also sort of this like this children of the Eldari, the first mortals that understood the Eldari magics and language a little bit better. And so basically all the knowledge that you get in a modern day sense of trying to uncover and understand what these runes and symbols and stuff mean from a spellcasting mathematical like equation standpoint and from like a cultural like meaning linguistic standpoint, you are going through people who are ancient who barely understand something even more ancient. You know?
Okay,
and so
this is a very third layer. You can get a vibe, but
it's hieroglyphic, man. Yeah, so you know,
we're looking for the Rosetta Stone. Got it.
Yeah, honestly. The rune that the Astral Knights use is a modified version of the basic rune of Gathering. And it's the Realms of Eldara logo, but it's the basic rune of Gathering that is the main rune that will sort of draw magic towards it. So, you know, when you cast a spell as an Astral Sage, you put that rune out and it draws magic towards you from the cosmos. And then you kind of put a rune in front of it that will turn that magic into like creation magic. And then you turn that magic, you put another one into it that sort of like condenses that magic. And then you get like a healing bolt out of that. So it's the way you assemble Astral Sage spells is very mathematical.
Yeah.
Knights do it a similar way, but they have a very changed version, an augmented version of that main rune on their bodies that people don't really know how they figured this out, but what it would do it would constantly be opening you up as the conduit for magic.
Got it.
This is why you having a
So,
connection
like
to
a
the
gate.
astral aura is important. It is a gate. I mean, these runes are called the gates of the Eldari for a reason.
Well, yeah.
So you figured that out. You're so smart. Um, and its meaning is loosely used and thought to mean something like travel, like a gate, like a sending, or like a beckoning or a calling, something along those lines. So that's what that rune means. Unmodified, modified, it's hard, you know.
Is this modified or unmodified?
That's the modified version that you're using. The modified version you could describe as like changing the serifs on something to work a slightly different way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Is it big?
The stone, no, it's about like a small plate sized, small saucer.
Okay. Into the bag.
It's pretty heavy, but like for its size, it is made of that like very dark obsidian. The knights just fucking love building shit out
It's
of, man.
a big rock.
They dude, you put a piece of marble in there, they're gonna nope. Everything has to be dark stone and glowy blue lights and
Yep.
edge. Yep,
Yep. It's gotta be edgy as fuck. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
you got it.
She'll probably take a quick peek at the parchments, but she's not going to like actually like go into the whole thing because she knows her new mermaid friend is just waiting outside just for a hint of anything.
So
So like just to see enough of like, is this something that would be okay to share? Or is this like secret?
I mean,
Shut up, Viddy.
it's up to you, really.
Okay.
It's hard, like it's pretty big. Like this is some secret ass shit.
Okay, fuck it. I'm reading it then.
But
Shit.
so some of the parchments. So there's three mainly.
Okay.
One you unfold, and it is. This is for you, Fishy.
Oh my
It
God.
is some sort of a large parchment, like text, big block of text. Who knows what it is? It is in a language of Old Eldarian that you cannot fucking read. There's
Alright, okay.
also a map,
Oh, thank God for the map.
and there's also what seems to be like a form, like a weapon style form and spell treatise of knowledge here. So this here that in front of you is a spell that you can cast with your sword. That it's in a different language, and it's in an older way of how you write these things, but you like sort of piece it together. That's what this is. But right now, you might not know really how to decode it. It might take some time. It might take a couple of checks of some variety.
Great.
But there's some new power here, and it doesn't look like anything you've learned at the Order.
Dude, like fucking ancient language bullshit. That was my least favorite thing to study. Fuck.
Is like ancient Eldari like a thing that like there's some fucking kooky sage linguist somewhere that's like, oh, I've spent 8 billion years. I love this shit. Or is this like a good luck?
So it's tough because when a lot of the Eldarian culture was lost when the Shattered Sea was destroyed because they thought that their culture basically would need to be ridded from the planet because they blew up half the world and they didn't want anyone else doing that. So to begin with, there's not a large understanding of the Eldarian language specifically. Who knows if someone can figure it out or read it. There are probably there's scholars that can read it. It's just they're rare.
Yeah.
So
Cool. In her woes of not, number one, not being able to read this. Number two, knowing there's someone in the fucking world that can read this. Number three, not knowing where the fuck they are, how to find them, how to even start that process. She just starfishes on the floor for a while, and then I assume. I
Yeah.
assume Narya gets impatient about
Little-
waiting and it just like comes in after a while.
The little like puffer fish just sort of blobs by you, right by your face at some
Yeah,
point.
she's just like,
Yeah. All right. Narya sort of opens the door after a little while, sees you on the floor, and just shouts, "Runa!" and like rushes over to you.
she's like, hi. I'm
Are-
sorry.
are you
I'm just
okay?
I'm fine. I'm just upset.
Oh.
You
And she like
wouldn't-
pats you on in between your ears.
You wouldn't happen to know anyone who knows old Eldarion, would you?
I know a little bit of it.
You do?
I mean, a little bit, yeah.
You like secrets?
She just like looks at you. I can read it if you have something that you want to show me. I can try, but if I'm not supposed to, I would hate
Okay.
to get in trouble.
She's gonna like look around, make sure like the door is closed.
Yeah.
She's like, technically there is no supposed to, shoulda, coulda, woulda, whatever. This shit's from so long ago that the knights don't have a claim on it because they didn't exist yet.
She's.
So technically, you can't get in trouble.
Do the knights not kill you on a technicality?
Yeah, they let me keep this. And she pulls out the spear. And she goes, shh. And she like puts her finger in front of her mouth and goes, shh. And she puts it away.
I also have a hard time when you keep saying you pull out the spear as if the spear isn't just like this giant spear that you're carrying.
Way back in the day, it's been a long time. You said that they could summon their weapons. I don't know if that ended up making it into
No.
canon or not.
No. They can return their weapons to them. But the weapons are in physical space.
I thought it was like,
So,
a hex blade thing.
No.
Like,
I just assumed that you had your spear like wrapped up or something like that.
Yeah. Let's go with that. That works.
Sure.
Yeah,
Listen, bro, we're
a weapon.
the night class is
carry
still in
weapon.
beta test right now. All right.
It's fine.
It's
Who
fine.
cares?
Yeah, it's fine. Fucking nerds.
I'm just saying the hexblade thing would be cool.
It doesn't work for the knights, unfortunately. I've thought at length about it.
I mean, fair, but like, there's so many places that are like, okay, you can't come in here because it's a safe place you can't keep a weapon in here. The knights are just like, cool, I'm just not engaging in this then, bye.
Yeah.
Cringe. Okay.
What do you mean cringe, dude? What do you mean?
I'm allowed to have an opinion. It doesn't have to be an opinion that it's good for world building. It's fine.
Your opinion has been noted and discarded. All right. thanks.
Valid.
No.
Yeah, so she's just like, shh, and she like unravels the top of it. She, ta-da, and she runs back up. It's not theirs. They can't take it.
Narya just looks at you and says, I'm not sure what that is, but I assume it's very important. Now, another follow-up question.
Mhm,
Will they
yes.
not kill me based on a technicality?
I don't see what they could possibly want to kill you for. You are a historian, correct? Who has seen
Mm-hmm.
an ancient text in a language that which is a very rare thing. Not any knight I fucking know is able to read it well.
Kind of sighs. Just let me see it. Let me see it.
I know you want to see it too. It's okay. We'll drink wine after this.
All right. She kind of like hunches over as you like unwrap it.
They're absolutely two schoolgirls who are like reading a note that was left in a locker.
Just like right beside all the cabinets and stuff crouched down on the floor.
Oh yeah.
Narya, when you unfold it, her eyes go wide and she says, "This is amazing.
Is it good? Is it good? It's good.
This is incredible.
Can you tell
An
me-
incredibly well preserved ancient Eldarian does not we do not find ancient Eldarian in this state. This
Yes,
amount
she-
of text and the quality, it's
Una like touches her finger to her nose twice and goes,
And it was right under your nose the whole time.
I hope I don't lose my job for this.
no, you don't want? No one will know.
She's looking at it.
It's not like you guys could have opened it anyways.
She like placed her hand on it and says, "This is incredibly important for our understanding of the Eldarian language.
Mm-hmm.
I can't read a word of this.
Oh shit.
This is too old. This is
Oh,
This is not modern. This is not modern to when the Aldarians fell. This is ancient Proto-Aldarian. This is one language that became two different languages. One is ancient Aldarian, and the other is the language of the Kelhet in the north.
She flops back and starfishes again, like, that damn it, that means I have to go to the south and the north?
This might be the only copy of written parchment with this language on it. This is worth so much money. We must protect it.
We have to protect it, yes.
People will kill you for it.
They'll have to know I have it first.
All right, and she like folds it up.
Yeah, and she puts it in her new special journal, like between like two blank pages.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah.
She gives her a little wink.
Nari's just kind of like massaging the side of her face for a minute. She's like,
why are you stressed?
Because we need to know. We need to know what this means.
Oh, absolutely. We very much do. Yeah.
But this could. Do you know how dangerous this could be?
I worked with the knights. Everything we dealt with every day was like, oh god, the whole world's ending. So I'm a little desensitized to it. Sorry.
This is different danger. Assassins.
I've done that before.
Long ago, when the ancient Shattered Sea erupted, when the Aldarian kingdoms blew themselves up, the army that was on campaign away in the Elvish lands, trying to rid them of monstrous problems, the general of the army, the one ahead of it, who was third in line for the royal throne, had always had opinions negative of their use of magics, claiming that they would blow themselves up.
Mm-hmm. And they did.
When he came home from the campaign, he saw
That they did.
and was rightfully upset about it.
Yes.
Most of the army dissolved, went on to be mercenaries or to protect other people. Some of them stayed and to form the now modern day Sky Knights in the north of the Shattered Sea, protecting the peoples of the Shattered Sea from the guilds.
I have to talk to Sky Knights.
I would avoid it. Maybe. Because
Maybe if I-
the general took his royal guard, and the most elite members of the army on a special mission to rid the world of all references to the Aldarian culture to do with magic. It's exciting that no one should have the power that his people had that destroyed themselves with.
And they forgot how to read it, so instead, anytime they see any ancient Eldarian, they just destroy all of it.
They destroy all of it and they kill everyone who has it.
Did I just burden you with a secret that's going to eat you up late at night?
Well, now it is.
Fuck.
But I'm fine because I don't have it with me.
Exactly.
But if
See,
someone else finds out that you have this with you,
who could?
the assassins might take interest.
Well, they'd have to find out first.
I suppose. You can never show this to anyone.
No.
Trust no one. Maybe
Just
Endrick.
you so far. Is Endrick trustworthy? He seems
She
like it.
kind of sighs and says, yes, he's very trustworthy. Endrick has a history far greater than what people... Well, he can tell you the stories. Endrick and Alara are exceptionally trustworthy.
Do you think they'll trust me?
Will they trust me? So...
I think I'd like to trust you as well. You seem so nice. You
Well,
also just
then
seem
I
very kind.
guess we
and
all
smart.
carry the burden of this potentially lethal secret to our graves.
Yeah.
She says, why
Would
are
you
you
like
even...
me to not tell you anything else?
Just, no, of course I want you to tell me anything else. But first, why are you looking into this?
Well, because of this. She like gestures to the sphere.
I...
Do you want the whole story? Because if so, we should go somewhere else, probably.
Maybe at some point, yes. But I have a few things that I need to look into now with this revelation. I need to take a trip to the Sage Temple and look in their archives for something.
What do you need to look for?
There is this rumor currently
Hmm?
that a young group of scholars from a newly established island by the name of Horizon are attempting to prove some sort of connection between Astral Sage magics and the Aldarian empires.
Oh. Sky Knights are not gonna be happy about that.
Less the Sky Knights and more the Academy.
Oh.
There are
It's the academy.
great amount of people who form up the University of Grand Crest that have a very large amount invested in the current historical ownerships and distributions of resources that aggressively wish for the status quo to be maintained.
Man, I hate the gerrymandering people in charge. Mm.
So I had to presume that all of this was tales, at the very least. But if
Now.
what you say is true, maybe I can help them. She kind of thinks for a second. Either way, what's your next move?
Probably look over what I've got, see if I can find out anything from what I've discovered so far, and
She kind of like looks at you and says, if there is that temple near Marsgrad, I'm guessing that's the place where you need to go
yeah,
to find the next clue.
I wonder, because they said that there had been artifacts taken out of it. If any of those would have made their way here, like, are there galleries or collections of such things? Museums?
She kind of sighs and says, most of these items make it into private collections, unfortunately.
Rich people.
Now, the council has recently mandated that any new islands that rise up that have Eldari or Eldarian runes on them are not to be mined and sold for sky shards or to private sources. There's a new museum that is apparently being built, funded by, very strangely, the Alabaster Consortium, but that is neither here nor there. Why they would want a museum, but regardless, they funded the museum, and I hear there are small noble families that are buying these islands and allowing researchers to do their digs and everything else. So,
Do you know where this museum is located? If it's closer, I could stop there on the way.
you know, it's just, well, it's on the other side of the city. It's in the upper city.
Oh, it's here. Oh, it's in the upper city.
It's in the
I'm
upper
not
city.
fancy enough.
I'm not fancy enough.
Shit.
They're probably very guarded right now.
Well, yes.
With everything still being built, their exhibits being set up. A few weeks or months, I'm sure they'd be open and have things available.
True. Rich people always love to have a party to show things off, though.
It's insufferable.
It is, but if it's a way in, it's a way in.
I could see if there's some way to get into this event through my channels. After all, we are one of the largest libraries in Grandcrest. I'm sure someone at this area. I mean, we have to have some invitations, right?
Oh yeah, I would assume so. I mean, I would assume all of the large major historical and or not societies would be invited in order to foster good relations and potentially sharing of information, right?
Your optimism is endearing, but I think
no, is this a big city thing?
I think that it's a look at how important the things that we have are.
Isn't there maybe like some holistic rich person that just happened to be born into a family but was just a giant nerd their whole lives? Come on. Just one?
Well, there is one.
Wait, really?
You ever heard of the Aerolace Family Trading Company?
Have I heard of the Aerolace Family Trading Company?
Do history, but
I'm from the backwoods.
mm-hmm.
The mostest backwoods. I rolled an 8.
Nope. Sounds pretentious though.
No idea. Are they important?
They're larger traders within the Shattered Sea.
Oh, they're merchants. Oh no.
Well, they're well loved by their people, so that's a good start.
Where's Chloe?
She kind of gets out a map of the Shattered Sea, and she kind of motions to it and points to a place right by the Darkwind Maelstrom and Grand Crest, kind of off in the corner. She says, "Remember how I told you that there were islands that were being purchased by young nobles?"
Yeah.
She points to this area and kind of makes a circle motion with her finger. Somewhere around here, there is an island that just recently was raised by the name of Horizon. The Erelace family has purchased the island and agreed to create a garrison for protection and facilities for the researchers to comfortably uncover the secrets of the rune site that is there. Now, the rune site is less important as the island for the Erelace family, as this young, the young Lady Viceroy of the island is the youngest daughter of the family, Lady Luna Erelace. I have yet to meet her, but I am acquainted with her grandfather very well before he died. I was. She kind of like remembers that fact and kind of trails for a minute. Either way.
I'm sorry. Feels like you lost someone important to you.
Many of us did. Remember how we said that there was a rich, if only there was a wealthy, extravagant noble that had their heart in the right place?
Yeah.
The Lord Erelace would have been the one I would have suggested. But his protege, his granddaughter, Luna, is the one that followed in his footsteps. Luna is not much of a trader, as far as I know, not much in the mercantile part of the company, but she's agreeing to this position of becoming this island's magistrate in order to stay close to the runes. So if you wanted access to money, power, and an individual sympathetic to, let's just say, private archaeological endeavors, Luna may be your best bet.
Money, power, reputation as well. I mean, where are the chances some random little podunk ex-knight from way across on the other side of the world is going to be able to just show up on an island and say, hey, let me see your ancient one-of-a-kind artifacts?
She shrugs and says, you have some pretty ancient one-of-a-kind artifacts yourself. There are many ways to proceed. Luna is one of them, if you so choose. If you're looking for an in with that community, she is whom I would reach out to. And I do think that she's trustworthy because her grandfather was very poorly liked by the academic community.
Oh, we love it when the academic community hates someone.
She just kind of like
stuffy.
Nods, kind of smiles. Just, yes.
I mean, well, they're either actually kooky or they just don't like to fall in line with bureaucracy. One of the two. It's usually the second.
Either is a blessing in this case.
That's fair. Thank you.
I'm going to take a trip to the Sage Temple.
Okay.
I'll be around. Let me know if you need any help.
Yeah, of course. And I'll let you know before I head out as well.
Please do. She kind of gets up and...
Do I need to keep this notebook wet?
No, you shouldn't need to. That one's green, right? Green, yes.
Yeah, it's green.
That one's fine.
Thank you.
And I
Right, she swims away.
The other.
All right. You are in the Azael library. What are you doing? Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
I have a map now. I have 2 potential destinations. Technically, maybe 3. I think as far as research is gone, is there any way, like, do they have like a front desk with like, oh yeah, here's a like printed copy of like a map of fucking the Shattered Sea, or like, because like I have the old one now, but is it like a modern one I could grab?
Yeah, you'd have to pay for it, you know, from
Do
like...
I have money for that?
Yeah, you probably have like, I mean, a solid like 25 or 30 gold with you, I'd say.
Okay. You gave me a range. I'm the high number.
30 gold. 30 gold.
Yeah.
30. Yeah, you can buy a pretty relaxed map. You know, not like the most detailed map in the world for 5 silver. If you wanted like a premium, like real nice map, you could go to I don't know. It's evanblair.art. You could go to. Wait, what? What?
What?
What? I was gonna. It was. Oh yeah. So if you really want a high end one, you can go to evanblairart.com and
Oh my fucking god.
go to the print store, and you can scroll down to where the Shattered Sea is. And if it loads, it's been a little bit wonky recently. Oh, looks like the site's broken again. That's why I'm not launched. I don't have the fucking print store. When the print store launches again in April, and you want to get your own copy of the Shattered Sea map, you can do that. You know, if you want the real like great one, like that's. I'm just saying, if you want one, you can go grab one anywhere.
Dude, when I get that job.
No, actually, so I'm gonna send you a small package of stuff for the game, if that's okay.
Of course, only if I can send you packages of back.
No, but I'm the DM, so that's like of stuff for the
you're
game.
my friend.
No, but so I need to send you a print of Runa when we finish
Ella.
her.
Okay,
and
got it.
No, Ella doesn't count. So and the map of the Shattered Sea, so you know when we're looking at it, and you can have it in front of you, right? So then
But
and a
how
couple
else
other.
will you get the Capri Suns?
I don't. Do I look like I need Capri Sun? All
Everyone
right.
needs a Capri Sun every now and then.
I can't. Do you know how many calories a Capri Sun is?
It's a special treat.
Yeah, that's true actually. Oh, fuck, I go for Capri Sun. All right. Yeah. No. So you can buy a fancier version for like 2 gold.
Please.
Yeah. Oh, actually.
Yeah, actually.
Where's the fucking merch store? Where's the blanket?
Blanky.
Shit. Merch store I took down because it was shitty. I forgot. There was a blanket anyway. Ella loves it.
Relatable.
Anyway, yeah. So you can get a nicer one for about 2 gold. Depends on how nice of a map you want.
Let's go for a nicer one if it's more detailed.
Yep, it is. All right, 2 gold. They have it at the front. I mean, you can get. They have all sorts of like. This is a place where you can come to get any kind of cartography, whatever done. And actually, the bonus of getting it done here is that it's waterproof. So.
True.
And it's no extra charge for that. So.
Is there anything else I would need?
I mean, they do have maps of like Marsgrad Island, small
Do they
areas.
have one of Marsgrad and Horizon?
Yeah, you can. Well, so no. Horizon's brand new. Horizon has been an island for
okay.
less than a year. So Horizon,
Okay.
there wouldn't be an established map for. The island literally came up out of the abyss a year ago, and they like killed all the evil stuff on it.
Yet.
And
Still wiggling.
yeah, unfortunately. So
Oops.
yeah, Horizon's not doing so hot right now, but.
Okay, yeah. How much would a Marsgrad map also cost?
Mars would be 3 silver, and it's a smaller map, so it's
Okay.
the best detail you can get.
That too.
Okay.
Nice. Awesome. Good.
All right. Purchase some maps. Use some ancient parchments,
Excited, and they're waterproof.
and they're waterproof. Yes.
I think I've been told by a lot of people that I can trust Endrick at this point, and you know what? Let's go ask Endrick if we can trust him.
Okay.
If we're not gonna get lost, we can fast travel now.
You can fast travel, so you open your map and you click on the Dragon's Claim.
Yeah.
All right. There's a loading screen that has some helpful tips.
what's the tip?
The helpful tip is did you know that good berries can count as a ration?
Can I cast Goodberry?
No.
Unhelpful tip. Thumbs down.
We're not gonna like scan the players to see who's loading it in. We're just gonna cycle through the tips.
That's
Jesus,
fair.
man.
Okay, well,
Fucking-
what about the Grand Crest specific tip then? I click the next tip button while it's still loading.
You think we have multiple tip buttons?
Yeah, you know, like the game where like it's like the longer you load, like so it doesn't auto go through it, so you don't like give it halfway through and then it skips it, so you can like press
All
later
right.
as the next
All
step.
right. The next tip is Grand Crest specific, and it says, be careful when venturing into the under harbors. Many dark things await you there.
Stinky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these games work. All right. You load in and spawn in front of the Dragon's Claim Guild Hall
Nice.
after a quick little walk back. And it's like, at this point, it's like probably closer to, not an evening, but getting closer to dinner time. A lot of people are sort of, as you're on your way over, you're noticing, you know, the bustle and business of the early day is mostly over. People are kind of settled into their like late afternoon routines. A lot of the cafes that are in the main sort of court area are full of people just sort of enjoying and passing the time. A lot of families are like collecting their little ones from whatever schoolings they're doing, and you know, it's kind of like everybody's sort of getting ready to return into the warmth of their homes and inns and wherever they're
Small
going.
kid goes, I want to pet the puppy.
Yeah, man, the fucking tail. You can't walk around that city without that tail. To be fair though, you do smell like wet dog.
I know, she looks so pitiful and sad. She's like the only dog person any of these people have ever seen. She's just so pitiful and wet.
Yeah, it's rough, man. But hey, you know, you came out of the fountain. People understand at this point in time.
You go to the Grand Claims, I walk in, I'm like, do you guys have like a bathhouse area? Or is that like, is this like a public bathhouse kind of city type thing?
And
Just looks-
Andrew just kind of like massages his temple a little bit, and you see beside Endrick this very tall, about same age, you know, late 30s, early 40s, beautiful woman who is kind of leaning. She has her hair kind of like in a braid, sort of, or in like fine braids that kind of mix in with her hair, and she's sort of leaning on the counter, and she looks at Endrick and says, "Is this our?" And he says, "Yeah, that's our newest member. I'm gonna get.
right now.
I
Sorry. I went
need-
to the library.
Alara just like kind of chuckles. She's, don't worry about it. I understand. It's awful down there. I always bring a towel.
Down there's great. Just the leaving part's awful.
Why don't you come with me out back to the bath? I'm Alara, by the way. I'm Endrick's wife.
Oh, hi. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Runa.
Runa.
I heard that you guys did work for my family. Well,
She said.
family, tribe, you know.
She kind of looks at Endrick and says, "You didn't tell me she was from." Endrick said, "Oh, I slipped my mind." She says, "Well, Runa, I understand now why Endrick was so insistent that you stay here. So, come.
Why?
Well, because we kind of owe your village a debt of hospitality that we are happy to repay. So,
I can promise you that they were so happy to get to do it. Not enough visitors.
she kind of like nods and says, "True, there were a lot of stories to tell." And she kind of links you by your arm and you know, not bothering with the fact that you're soaking wet or whatever, links you by your arm and takes you into the back of out the back of the guild hall. There is a long hallway with like the kitchen on one side, the storage room, and stairs that go down to a cellar, and then out the back door there's this little kind of courtyard area that suggests that this piece of location property is like pretty expensive, because you usually don't get that in these like tough like jammed together buildings. There's a stable where you definitely saw the stable port through, like going through the side of the building. There's a stable in the back. There's a little fire pit in the middle with a couple of like stumps and rocks kind of arranged around it. And then there's another building in the back that is the bathhouse that, you know, you can like warm up some magic stones or whatever with like a little spell that's kind of like enchanting them. You just kind of like activate them and then drop them into the bath, and they warm the bath up and whatnot. And so you can have a bath and relax and get dried off and everything like that.
That happens. It's very nice. She's very happy.
Got it.
Didn't realize how like worn out from all the travel she was until she had a nice warm bath.
Yeah, it does it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, wait, I've been traveling for months and I'm exhausted. Wait a minute.
Haven't bathed in probably a week, you know?
Yeah, she's like, oh, I feel so much better.
Yeah, no more wet dog. You have the like
No more wet dog smell.
you have like the fluffiness, you know?
Oh,
you,
definitely.
you know, you like air
the
dry the
fresh
dog.
one.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah,
Yep.
very fluffy.
You know, it looks huge when she gets bathed and like gets air dried because her fluff like puffs out more, so she looks like she's kind of like jacked. You know,
Dude.
it's upsetting.
Everyone's got like that undercoat and like fucking it's her hair too. It's just everything's just big and fluffy.
Basically.
Yeah, it's so funny. She's like, "Oh no, just I'll be done brushing in another hour."
All right, the evening slowly rolls in as by the time you're finished with your bath and drying and getting all back together. When you walk into the back of the Dragon's Claim, it's now quite a bit busier. Actually, there is the sound of music coming from somewhere in the front of the tavern, as there's some enchanted instrument, you know, playing. There's like probably maybe 15 or so members in the guild hall. You know, you see you see a Geminos man with kind of like an iron jaw. You see whatever Blaze's character was. I forgot. It was supposed to be something really cool, but it was forgettable. Let's face it. So I don't remember what it is. You know, you see you know, the paladin woman and a dragon folk cleric. You see a bunch of people, you know, in the guild hall, as well as some younger adventurers, you know, that are like just brand new like neighborhood adventurers that have just picked up their first quest off the board because they're too scared to go to the big adventurers guild, you know, up the hill or whatever.
Aww.
And everyone's just kind of having a good time, you know. There's smells of some sort of you know, roasted meat coming from the back of the kitchen. You see people eating, you know, sausage links and beans and roast vegetables, and there's fresh bread that's steaming. You see the anime. It's like anime food, you know. You know exactly what I'm talking about, like Ghibli food. Someone like digs their thumbs into soft bread and like tears it apart as the steam just sort of pours up into the window, the sunlight coming out from the window, and takes the butter and like slathers it across the bread as it all just like melts into it. It's complete anime food. Yep.
Runa like sees it, smells it, pulls a chair up at the bar.
Sure. It is. You don't even have to ask. It's a couple of moments but between Runa sitting at the bar and Alara sliding a plate to her, and she says, "I figured you'd be hungry when you got out of the bath."
Thank you so much. And she just like tail wagging, very excited, not fucking trying to hide it. She just fucking devours food.
There's like a riff man that's like walking behind your tail. Not fair if I'm hungry again. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I have a problem with my players in D&D. I described bacon at length one day, and all of my players proceeded to make bacon like in the middle of our D&D game. Right?
If you're gonna enact it, you have to deal with the consequences.
Listen, I think that the best part of the inn is the way it smells. So yeah, so it's a great atmosphere. You know, it's a little it's not right on the most high-end adventures guilds. It's not, but it's one of those things again where you're starting to look around and you're like, there's something about this place. There's something special about it. A small neighborhood little adventurers guild should not have these many people or this much of an atmosphere. There's something kind of off about it, but you don't know what it is, but you don't think it's bad.
Runa's definitely eating. She's like,
I didn't expect there to be this many people. This is delicious, by the way. You're a great cook.
Endrick like leans on the counter and he says, and cooked by an actual chef, not mystery stew tonight. So
I'm so impressed.
Well, I after we talked this morning, I realized just how bad I made it sound. So
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
That's kind of scary.
yeah. I'm wondering if that thing that I have to get taken a look at on my foot is because of the mysteries. Yeah. You know what? Might need an exorcism, but who doesn't need a good exorcism every once in a while? Anyway, eat up. Sure. Yep. Anything you need help with?
She kind of looks around for a second. She's like, yeah, actually, I wasn't expecting this many people, though.
she's like, kind of clearly is asking to speak somewhere more private and secure, but doesn't want to be rude to her new quote-unquote guildmates, I guess.
Well, you haven't joined the guild.
She has a room.
Yeah. He's offering you
Yeah,
room and board because of your
your heritage.
Fair.
If you want to join the guild, you can at some point in time, but he's not doing it because you're a guild member, you know?
Yeah.
So
With all of the people around.
he kind of like looks around, thinks for a moment, says, you know, I think that you would like to see maybe some of the cool things that I actually got from your village.
I would love to.
So if you want to come up to the third floor of the fourth floor of the guild hall is Alara and I's private chambers. So we have a whole apartment thing up there, and trophies, adventures, whatever. I think Alara's probably doing some stuff up there later on tonight. So why don't we go have dinner and look at the cool relics?
Okay. And she's gonna grab her plate. I'm gonna step by my room real quick, and she's gonna like grab her pack as well,
Sure.
or like she's gonna grab the journal, put it in like her. I'm just gonna say fuck it. She's got like an adventure, like a going out pack, and then like a normal like a purse pack or whatever.
Okay.
Because
Okay. Yeah.
A daily traveler thing. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like no one wants to haul around 40 pounds of equipment when they're just going to the shop.
Yeah, that's a good definition between the two, I suppose. Sure, yeah. I mean, it takes you up to the fourth floor, you know, past the second floor where you stay on the third floor, and then you get up to the fourth floor, and you know, it's got this kind of nicer like lock and key or whatever, and Endrick Endrick goes to unlock it as you hear like a from inside the room.
Magic?
Yeah. And you see this like mysterious sort of like kind of purple smoke and dust coming out from under the door.
Okay, that's very cool.
And Endrick
What kind of spell is that?
Endrick just kind of like hangs his head down, sighs. Runa,
You?
it is my distinct pleasure to introduce you to my former adventuring companion, Yerna Avalon, or Yerna Aldrash, as he opens the door. And there is a Geminos, tiefling sorceress of some variety, standing there, clad in jewelry and wealth, just dripping extravagant power and wealth, as she's sitting there examining her fingernails when Endrick walks in, and she says,
Not the star speaker one that you said, right?
No.
Okay.
No, this is a completely different NPC.
Okay, cool.
And she says, Oh,
You're gorgeous.
oh,
Hi.
you're
Sorry. Was that rude?
adorable.
Oh, thanks.
Endrick just kind of groans and says, Yerna, what can I do for you today? In my private chambers that prefer knocking. She says, oh, well, I wasn't going to port downstairs and dreadfully busy, so you don't expect me to. For all, it's so nice up here. I get, look, she snaps her fingers, and these platters of food appear on the table, like in kind of behind her in this living space. And she says, we can enjoy a meal when we want. We don't have to deal with the busyness. And you're just kind of like massages. What's
Runa just like finds a seat and like starts adding things to her plate and just like it's watching the interaction happen between the two of them.
is it? Runa, just give me a second. I just what? Hey, what's up? What do you what? And you're in a kind of like lowers her expression. She says, we need to talk. About what? She says, well, and she kind of looks over at you. Is she a new member? Hendrik says, she's she's a new member. She says, well, then I was gonna have a conversation with her about something very important, away from prying eyes and ears. And Yerna says, I see, and I've spoiled that. I'm sorry. And he says, it's fine. What's wrong? He like kind of like goes from being annoyed to actually like, hey, what's? She says, well, do you remember the issues that we had with the Alabaster Consortium? He says, I'm looking into things as we speak. She says, well,
So stuffy.
it's been a little difficult, and my position has become a little complicated in the matter. So, I'm in need of your services. Kind of massages his like bridge of his nose. He says, "All right, is it something you need me to do?" She says, "Actually, you and Alera and myself. I was hoping we could get the party back together." He says, "Okay. Well, is it urgent?" She says, "No. It's fine. Within the next week or so. I just could get away for a little while from meetings and business and whatnot. I thought I'd pay you a visit for dinner, but if you already have company, then perhaps we'll share a bottle of wine next time with Alera and catch up on things. But I do need to speak with both of you soon." And we're kind of, all right, soon. She says, "I am so sorry, Runa, for interrupting your clandestine meeting with the illustrious member of the Dragon's Claim. What important things you have to do."
It's fine. It's lovely to meet you.
"Oh, and it's been a treat to meet you. I will be seeing you around the guild hall more, right?"
Yes. Oh, I'll be around here for a little while, but then I have to go out for a bit.
"Lovely. We'll have wine together sometime."
Oh, I'd love to.
She kind of kisses her hand, and, like, waves at you, and then
Oh my god, she definitely blushes.
just again magic. And as she does, Edric kind of jumps because it's like right in front of him. He's like,
Yep.
sorry about that.
You're friends with a lot of beautiful ladies. Did you know that?
Well, I'm married to that one. As he like points
Well,
down to
you
where Alera, or to downstairs to Alera.
Well, yeah.
So, you should see the rest of our party though.
Are
Not.
they more beautiful ladies?
He just kind of laughs and like slowly shakes his head.
Yes.
Sorry. So, what'd you find today?
A lot. Everyone keeps telling me I can trust you. Why?
Alera and I have a reputation of sorts.
Yeah, but that's what everyone says, and then they just kind of trail off and go, "Don't worry about it." Why?
All right. We do things and take care of people, and our guild
Like take care of it, like take care of.
take care of. Feeding the innocent, the redistribution of wealth, things, the uncovering and rescuing and various. Anyway, we've been around for a long time. You'll also find people that don't have a lot to say about us. You go to the Adventurers Guilds, you're
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
have
I've
a
heard a lot of that.
whole lot of different opinions.
So far, people are either like, "Oh yeah, you can trust them. It's great," or they're like, "That's like the newbie guys guild." But I feel like that's on purpose.
I think it's beneficial
You've got a
to.
lot of extremely capable people downstairs, and then you have like 2 little tables of new guys who look like they've been here for a week. So
It's beneficial to have a bit of a modest impression that we give off. I like that. It's comfortable. People don't ask us questions. They don't come around sniffing. I mean, Yurna's a diplomat from Ashasari.
Oh really?
If she was caught here, it'd be over.
So that's why the poof.
Uh-huh.
She does like the hand gesture and everything.
So, look, we had our adventure. Yurna, Alera, and I, we did our thing years ago. 3 of us and 3 others. We had our adventure. We did our thing. We did the small town to greatness thing. We went off and sailed the whatever and found the thing and stopped the guy, and we've been there. We've done that. So,
Yes, but why does that mean I should trust you?
well, I guess if you trust the people
Why do
that
they
trust me,
believe in you?
I like to think because we haven't let anyone down. Like, kind of folds his arms and he says, "You know, the elders at your village, when we stopped by and sent those beasts back into the mountain caves, they asked us why. It's a weird question. I said, why did we save them? And they offered us gold and embroidery, as he kind of like walks over and finds this kind of like really nice sort of like banner you recognize as like a formal sort of like, you know, kind of like linen that you would drape over somebody when they're having a coming of age or a wedding or like some big important ceremonial moment in their life, and like that's their thing. And he like picks it up, he looks at it, embroidery or other things, and they asked us what else we wanted from them, and I told your elder that good people help good people, and she said if we ever needed help that she'd help us. So look, you don't have to, I'm not asking for you to trust me or anything like that. I don't, you're doing your own thing. You're on your own travels. We'll be here if you need us. We'll keep you safe. If you're part of our guild. Well, whatever I can help with.
Because there's a lot of adventures, and a lot of adventures go on big adventures, and every adventure says they've done the biggest thing and they've never failed, because every adventurer wants to boast about their things and done big and great. But then I've seen some people that they've kind of started to trust, and then of course I trust Granny. I'm trying to determine what kind of trust it is.
He thinks about that. Well, he kind of like sits down at the other side of the table and like begins picking sort of fruit off of the vine and kind of like peeling it off and whatnot.
Peeling an orange, you know, as you do.
It's more like the size of a kumquat or a grape or something like that.
Oh,
but
got it.
it's like on a vine, you know. So.
Oh yeah.
He says, well, you can trust me because I'm not going to tell the knights where you are.
They don't really care where I'm at.
I hope. As far as I know, they don't.
Oh, they might.
But why might they?
Well, because when you start poking your nose around old Eldarian secrets, certain people get a little nervous. So
the guy in charge is pretty nice, though.
He's great. Not much of a sense of humor, but good guy.
No, he's got a horrible sense. Although it's really funny to watch him try to make jokes when he drinks too much.
Yeah. Yep. Saw him kill a wyvern half drunk once.
Oh, I don't doubt it. He really tries to understate that whole strength thing, even though he's getting older. But man,
he just kind of shrugs and says, "Look,
you don't think that the people would defy him, do you?"
No, but I think that the world's a lot bigger, and sometimes when you're inside of something, you don't necessarily know what's going on the outside. So when you grow up in a paladin order or a knight order, you might not know about what's brooding on the outside. So I would suggest that there are certain threats that you need to be aware of that are not from your order. So
that's really important. I hadn't even thought of that, really. Well, kind of, but not seriously.
He just kind of like shrugs, like he doesn't really want to scare you or get you into whatever or anything, but he's kind of like implying.
Be frank with me.
All right, and he kind of like leans forward and says,
"We'll trade secrets."
Well, it's not much of a secret, but I have a friend who knows you're here.
Oh, well, that's not great.
I
do kind of stick out.
You do. But I have a friend that knows that a former astral knight is in town looking into things. 1 day, Runa. You've been here 1 day. And so
I
if
didn't meet that many people.
he knows,
Lots of people do. Fuck.
not lots of people, but just sometimes the people you don't want to talk about. So I would just say avoid the alleys for now. Avoid the Under Harbor
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah, well, everyone has said that so far, so that makes sense. And I don't want to get lost down there, so.
Low profile. Low profile.
So profiles, I guess I can be.
And she like flips her tail.
As to whether or not you should trust us, it's up to you. You don't have to, and I wouldn't ask you to. I said, I'll keep you safe while you're here. I make the same promise to all my guild members. While my members are in my hall, no harm will come to you.
I think I decided a
Past
while ago
that?
that I want. Oh, sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, so he's just
Sorry.
past that? You can ask for whatever help you want. The Dragon's Claim is a very interesting place with a lot of very interesting characters. Many are willing to render aid. I like to think I'm a pretty good judge of character, so probably okay to ask the other members if you need help with anything.
I think I decided to trust you a while ago. I've just been very nervous because I've never been like the center of anything that's dangerous like this. Like, well, like of course I've been a knight. Like I've been in danger, but not like this kind of danger. And I just, you know.
Yeah,
Scary.
spooky spy stuff, assassins, every corner.
I'm sorry, the phone lady just wanted to talk. Okay, fine. You know what? If this beats me in the ass, it's gotta get the people already know. So
And she's just like kind of like cutting herself off like as she talks. Like she just kind of like half mumbling,
Okay.
half doing it. She just like turns like she moves like plates aside.
like, first of all, you already know the Astral Steer Spear. You know the ruins, the old ruins by. I assume your wife's she just to make sure. Alara is a astral sage, right?
Alara?
Alara.
Alara is she presents as a paladin.
Okay, got it. So that's a secret. Got it. I mean, you know that there are ruins by my village, right?
He like kind of nods and smiles like he was there personally.
They're really nice. They're very fun. Well, there was a door, but it wasn't a sage door. It was a night door. And so when I left the knights and I went back home, I opened it because I found it and I realized what it was. And then I found my I guess sphere and this. And she's gonna like take the journal out and she's gonna put it on the table. It's really old. Please be careful with it. You look a little bit clumsy. Like you just a little bit.
He like acknowledges that it's fair, but still reaches for the journal. Yeah. So
And she's got
Where-
like a summarized thing in the beginning of like where she's like this is basically what it's about. If you want
Yeah.
like more details,
Yeah.
go to this
She
page for this and
TLDRs
that
them.
page for that.
sure.
Yeah, yeah. So she's got like that, like one of those like at the beginning of it for herself. So like she gives him some time to like
Yeah,
see
he
what it
thumbs through a little
actually
bit.
is. Yeah.
He like kind of
Yeah.
closes it.
Yeah. So that's a pretty big thing.
And then she like takes it back.
And then there's a cabinet in the library.
The cabinet in the library also has night runes on it.
Were you not supposed to open this cabinet?
No, I got permission without getting permission.
Oh God. Okay. All right.
I
That's-
mean,
that's-
who's going to? Okay, but let's
That's
do
what
it.
we do.
For 1 second, who else is going to open it other than a knight? And who says a knight has to be a part of an order? Obviously, they didn't always have to be.
Pretty sure the knights say they have to be part of the order.
Yeah, well, they're stupid and closed-minded, and they don't care about anything in life other than old rocks.
Hey, I think that he points over. There's a huge cabinet of just rocks. He's like, I think rocks are great.
Yeah, I think rocks are great too. But when those rocks can do a bunch of other shit and we decide that we're not going to tell anybody about it and that we're just going to protect it and we're going to act like it's the most important thing in the world that's more important than lives or society or information, I think that it gets a little clouded.
He kind of like massages his eyes a little bit. And so you came to the Shattered Sea because
Because I'm going to find the temple. But anyway,
All
I'm
right.
getting ahead of myself. So I opened the thing.
And then it was all this, as she puts like all of the goodies on the table.
He's just like staring at it, like, whoa.
I think a lot of progress for one day.
You have. That's a lot.
They can't take the astral steel. That's from before.
That
I've already gotten the pass on that. They know I have the sphere.
Do they know that?
They-
Okay. Okay. Are we
they know I
sure?
have the-
Hmm.
Yeah, they came for me because, of course, like anyone that hears about astral steel being anywhere, the knights are gonna come out like the holy shit, you've stolen our most prized idol. Anyways, yeah, so they tried to rock up and they to my village and steal my shit. And when the wonderful leader, as benevolent as he is, even though he's very strict about when people should be going to bed, said no, sorry, that's not ours. We make swords.
A technicality. I like it.
I survived my whole life there through that.
Yep. I know what that's like.
Well, I mean, it's not my fault that they didn't say that only a knight who is of a certain rank can open things. They just said if knights of certain skill sets can open certain runes. Apparently, that was supposed to be tied to rank, and they didn't tell me that.
And just like leans over the table and says, "So, you left your order,
Yeah.
found a cache of a pre-order knight,
Pre-shattered sea knight.
pre-shattered sea knight, claiming that there is a unique set of powerful whatever it is that she was looking for in the Shattered Sea." And now you have come here to investigate any remnants of that, any connection with the old Eldarians, to potentially rewrite history of the Astral Knights in the east side of the world.
Or if it turns out that that information could lead to something really big, bad, and scary that we don't have the ability, manpower, or resources to control to hide it. Because a secret that's lost can be found and dangerous, but a secret that's hidden that needs to be, it's a lot more well protected.
Make an insight check.
Wait, what's my much? Wait. I'm sorry, I keep changing tabs. Insight. +4. I forgot to.
18, 22. I forgot how to do math.
Okay.
Chat's gonna remember my modifiers before I do. I want to let you know that right now.
I'm gonna rewrite your character sheet next week when we have the formal class like built and released. It's gonna be all completely fucking different just to troll everyone.
You see Endrick, when you're talking about this like whole secret thing, you see Endrick glance over to above the fireplace. There's what appears to be a large egg.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of glance back to you.
I clock it, but I not in like a way that's like,
Okay.
let's derail and talk about that right now.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of nods along and says, "Well, I agree. I think rather have a good guy uncovering a dangerous secret than a bad guy, because at least then you can."
Good and bad is arbitrary.
Well, I think when someone uncovers a secret that
Selfish.
could blow up a kingdom or an empire, I think you do want a good guy uncovering that so they can quickly,
I guess that's
rip the
fair, sorry.
page, shatter the crystal, steal the egg, whatever it is. So,
He says still the egg, and she just there's a little bit of a look over at the egg, and then looks back at him, and then raises an eyebrow.
so sounds like you got a whole mess on your hands now.
Also, apparently, there's 2 versions of Ancient Eldarin.
Of course,
She
there is.
opens up the other notes, like the map, and then the Ancient Eldar note, and then the other note.
Of course, there is.
Yeah.
Well, what's your next move? Are you finding a scholar? Are you going to investigate the any kind of like points in the map where
Narya.
Mars? Narya? Oh, she's great. Yeah, she's
We trust her? Because she tried to read the note because I was having a moment of weakness and I was in a starfish on the floor because I can't read Ancient Eldarian. It turns out this isn't even Ancient Eldarian.
He kind of
so
laughs
she-
and says, I think generally trusting the Azael is probably a good idea.
Okay.
They're keepers of history and truth seekers.
they don't have the kind of bureaucratic formula for academia that we do.
Hmm.
So
That's good. Bureaucracy has never done anything good for anyone, I don't think. I mean, I guess, sure, probably it's done something good for someone somewhere along the line, but I have 3 directions, technically.
all right, kind of like figure
So
out what
she's
we do.
gonna
Where we
take out
go?
like her map of the Shattered Sea, which she's already drawn notes on.
Of course.
So there's Mosgrad, which they found references not to,
I forget. Aldrainian? Rango Bird. I just can't read my own handwriting.
Eldranus.
Eldrana, sorry.
Yeah.
Of an Eldrana city, which is considered the capital of before. And they found ancient pottery and things from there that are indicative of it being from that island. But I have no reputation or money or backing in order to be able to have access to any of those things. And apparently that was found a while ago, so it's potentially possible that the rich snobby people who want to show off to other people have already bought in pieces of that. So that ended up showing that there's also a museum or a place of collecting history for the rich snooty people that is being built. So I was wondering maybe if the rich snooty people are having one of those parties where they like to show off everything that they're going to be showing off later, if there's any way to get into that to see any of those things, to see if that would be indicative of anything, or if there are any more night runes, which would be super helpful right about now. And so I was also told about Horizon, that the person in charge there would potentially be one of those rich, good-hearted people who could potentially help with the whole money, reputation, and power thing.
He said, he kind of nodded. Luna, yeah, I just sent a group of adventurers over to help her out with something.
Shit, I'm late. Fuck.
It's okay. The adventure will be out in a couple of weeks anyway, on my Patreon.
Shameless plug, shameless plug, shameless plug.
He kind of thinks about it. He says, well, you could definitely try and go the noble investigation route if you want to enter that arena in the upper city. You could go to Horizon and get some support. Maybe Luna knows some things. If anyone does about ancient Eldarian stuff, it would be Luna. From what I understand, her grandfather was pretty obsessive.
Oh, that's great.
But honestly, why don't you take a look at Marsgrad for yourself?
Do you think so?
Well, if there were relics found from the place you're trying to get to, what if there's one of those night lock thingies you gotta wave your hand at? Don't forget, just because a bunch of archaeologists took some pottery and some stone away from it, in my experience, I've seen many times that an excavated site has a little bit left in it for people who know how to look for it.
That's fair. I'm so used to like the knights all running around that anytime anything shows up, they're all there posted up and they're in charge. So I guess I was worried that I would need some sort of like affiliation to something in order to get done. But I guess that's not really a thing here, huh?
He kind of shrugs and says, there's many independent archaeologists. If you wanted to get into a brand newly excavated site like Horizon, yeah, Luna would be the person to talk to because you wouldn't be allowed in without her. But if it's a place like an Olderin site on one of the existing islands, I think you just walk in.
Okay, thank you.
It's up to you.
Really know how things work here.
Either way, if you need transportation, let me know. I have some favors at the harbor, so I can book you anywhere you need to go.
Nice. Poor man. He has to do with
Oh,
so
you met
many
him.
rich people. I did. He's so kind. I gave him a meat skewer.
Oh, that's really
really
nice.
needed
That's
one. He
that's
was having
really
a bad
yeah.
morning.
Yeah, he gets yelled at a lot by
It
people.
seemed like it.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Well, I
His
have some
patience of a
favors,
saint.
so I can book you transport wherever you need in the Shattered Sea. But
I think I'd definitely like to. I know what kind of supplies I might be in need of from the archaeological perspective, but to be honest, I don't know how here works. So I don't know. Are there things that I need? Are there passes? Are there
checkpoints? I don't know. Or is it just kind of like,
Technically-
hey, do what you want, go where you please, type of a thing?
Technically, if it's an old site, a pre-existing site, sharp elbows are probably the best thing for you. You might
Oh.
find a pompous group of archaeologists claiming that they are excavating a site, but unless it's a brand new one, that's just a whole lot of tape.
Got it.
I've found it's easier to make friends with them, maybe offer to do something for them. They let you into the site. Easier, but there was this one group on Gorncrest that insisted that the island had some sort of an ancient... You know what? Never mind.
No, what?
Just,
I'm sorry. I love stories.
their entire archaeological dig was basically a joke by a patron that's expected them to find ancient pastries preserved because they said that an island looks like a croissant.
Could you imagine, though, if there was a magic that could actually preserve food that long? That would be revolutionary.
Maybe. I certainly haven't heard of it. Well,
Be helpful.
wherever you choose, let us know.
I think I'm going to take your advice.
All right. Marsgrad it is then.
To trusting friends.
Trusting friends. And repaying back hospitality. So I feel like I need to find you something embroidered. People love that shit. He kind of like looks around. God damn it. I don't have anything
He's like-
embroidered with me right now. Okay, I'm
It's
sorry.
just, there's nothing about exchanging embroidered things. It's the reason why that's so important is because of the care and group effort that goes into crafting it. Honestly, if you can promise me that my room is safe from any and all things and that nothing from in there would be robbed, since I've got some pretty important things, that'd be enough for me.
Kind of leans forward on the table and says, all right, I'll tell you a secret.
Mm.
This entire building is warded by powerful magics conjured personally and painstakingly by the Witch of the North, Urna Aldresh herself.
Do I know who that is?
The woman that was just poofed in.
Do I know who
Oh,
she is? Really?
You know what? I'm gonna say yes, actually.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
because
she's,
Urna
well known.
Urna is the highest level sorcerer, a class in the world.
She's like, wait, like that.
Mm-hmm.
You just said she was Urna. So Urna,
Aldresh.
Urna, big fancy Urna.
Witch of the North, Witch of the West, the Sundering March, the Speaker Beyond, the Asari Princess, the Child of Two Houses. Oh god, she's got so many titles.
So many cool stories. Wait. Does that mean you're part of the same adventuring party? Does that mean that you went and she's going a million miles an hour about stories that she's heard that Urna's been on, and now assuming because you're getting the band back together, you're part of the same party that you're going on these adventures. So now she's asking you 8 billion questions about the adventures that she has heard that Urna has been on. Now assuming that you were part of the party and you also went on, you were there.
Andrew just kind of looks around the room, but a little bit kind of avoiding eye contact for a minute. Just kind of nodding. She goes,
You're supposed to answer the questions. At least one of them, please.
low profile.
Another one about the story.
Low profile. That's why we like it here.
But it's just secret.
I'll
secret
tell you
private
stories
strangers.
sometime, all right? Ask Alara. She's better at it than I am.
But Alira's making food for everyone, and you were just sitting here eating.
I'm about to do important accounting, all right? I have lots of papers. I have papers and
I can't read upside down. That's a song.
Wait, that was
Dashed
poetry.
out.
Wait, did you write that? Is
no,
that
no,
yours?
no. I don't write about I don't write about rocks. Just... All right. Either way, I got a bar to get back to, and you have things to consider and preparations to make. So,
If you can find a way to help me get into one of those fancy parties, let me know.
And she gives him a wink, and then she'll leave.
okay,
Then she'll stick her head back in, and she'll grab her plate, and then she'll leave.
okay, got it. Well, as you return back down to the bar, still lively atmosphere.
She's gonna spend the rest of the evening like getting to know people.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think,
There's a
so.
lot of cool people, but you definitely feel like there is now a difference. You have detected the difference between the people who are there because it's the Neighborhood Adventures Guild and the people who are there because of some other reason.
Mm-hmm.
There's this kind of
they're
like
part of the real Dragon's Claim. Dun dun dun.
yeah, something like that. But yeah, you have a whole night to relax and unwind and have your first night spent in the Dragon's Claim. The bed's mid. It's mid. It's okay.
That's right.
Better than the ship,
I'll
but
make
you've
money
had
at some
better.
point, it'll be
Yeah, it's fine. But I think that's probably a good place to bring the first day and game to an
Agree.
end. So there it is, dude.
I'm so happy.
That's it.
I'm
I give
having
you
such a good time.
I give you EXP for that, but I don't have your
let's
character
go.
sheet here. So I don't. I just
like
it's
the fast and loose. Like yeah, like it would be nice to have like no like spells that I can do. But like
Yeah, I'll
other than
probably.
that, I'm fine.
I was fully intending on having that done for this weekend because of things, but then family stuff happened. So
Remember,
I apologize about that.
This is low stress, easy peasy, lemon queasy.
It is. It's supposed to be low stress. Yeah, you're right.
So you don't have to apologize.
So it was lovely. You guys had fun. You guys liked it.
Mhm.
I was not expecting to spend so much time with Endrick talking, like and doing
Of
stuff.
course. She has to trust him.
But I hope you guys got a little insight into the guild and to what the Dragon's Claim is like. And I'm excited. I think this is really cool. I wasn't expecting you to do a lot of the things that you did today. So hopefully,
Really, what were you expecting? I always like hearing what the DM thinks.
I
after things are already
I
settled.
never like to break the boundary between what I prepared and what was completely off the cuff, right?
Oh, I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I guess, like, where
think
did I surprise you?
I could tell you off stream maybe, but I kind of like the idea of there being a bit of an air of mystery to that. It's always kind of fun for me to have my players. If a player wants to know, I'll tell that player. But but I wouldn't tell like the group, you know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So, but let's just say most of that was not planned.
You have an alert. You should check.
That was Voivode. Yo, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Sorry, Voivode. I have my alerts muted because we were playing D&D, so I had to mute everything during stream. But thank you for the raid,
Evan
dude.
Blair art. D&D artist playing D&D on stream.
Who would have thought, man, that I'm not going to get canceled for being a non D&D playing D&D artist? You know, but
And
today's
it's with
finally the
this
day.
cringe lord. I'm very excited.
Yeah, did you have fun?
Oh, absolutely. I had so much fucking fun.
I'm glad. I'm excited.
I love all the NPCs. I love the like walking into it just being like, I'm sus of everybody, and then it's just person after person after person is just a trustworthy good person. I'm just like, I was not expecting this. This has turned out well.
Yeah, I don't know. You know,
Where's the subversion?
It's probably some like. Look, you also did. You also went places where you know. I was not trying to throw you threads to go certain places or whatever. That you went to find friends. So I think that was cool.
Yeah.
You got to meet some NPCs that we've had in the world for a while, and you know, I'm excited to show them off or have art for them or whatever. You know, so I'm looking forward to the next adventure. We're gonna tentatively plan it for Tuesday. Because remember, chat, I refuse to play play D&D on stream and have a necessary carved 100% time zone. This is why I never want to do a big D&D group, because then you're getting like a bunch of people. Like Fishy said that when she was like giving me my arm the last twist I needed to agree to do like a D&D game on stream, which I'm grateful for. She said like it could be extremely chill. We can play whenever. It's just going to be fun. You and I hanging out.
You really don't even have to
So-
finish the character sheet. I just need to know what I can and can't do magic wise, and I'm good. That's the only thing I need.
Okay. All right. Well, I need to finish the class because people have been waiting very nicely to see the class, and I really want people to get it.
Suffer.
So,
Be patient.
Just
Jack.
getting debated? Oh no. Come on, man. I'm not gonna debate them, but thank you for 100 bits, Milidari. I appreciate it. It's great. Never witnessed a one-on-one session. Yeah, what do you guys think of the one-on-one thing? First time you
I've
played
never played
D&D?
one-on-one.
Yeah, dude, Voivod, I've never played D&D before. This is the first time. I hope I did a good job. I don't know. I only made her roll dice like 4 times, and I didn't even let her attack anything. So, you know.
What do you mean? I don't want to attack things. That means I have to do combat. I want to play roleplay.
No, don't worry. Combat's gonna be fun.
Okay.
I need
tr-
you to
I
trust
trust
me.
you.
The
I will
D&D.
trust you.
Yeah, the D&D I'm playing and I'm making for you, and if anyone else joins our game, like Ella jumps in or whoever, that it's gonna be fun. All right, it's gonna be cool.
I trust you.
It's not gonna be
Dear
crunchy.
chat, for those of you who don't know, I am a chronic combat hater. I could literally play an entire campaign of D&D with just like skill stats and like flavorful spells and be happy. I could literally never actually fight a thing in D&D and be perfectly at home.
Yeah.
Which is why Evan's like, I need you to trust me.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. You're a cool knight. You got a cool spear. You gotta go do cool
true.
knight with spear things.
Gotta stab a man with it, yeah.
Yep. Gotta cut someone. So the plan is for next Tuesday, at the very least, 1 week at a time. We'll play next Tuesday, and then that'll be fun. And dude, I'm weaving together. Oh my god, I'm weaving together your campaign with my home game campaign with the Eldara,
So cool.
with the Eldara adventure that I'm running, with
Mhm.
the Horizon prologue, and it's just like, if someone like experiences all of this, it's gonna all just like weave together so nicely, you know. But I'm very pleased with myself, but that doesn't mean much.
I'm very excited.
I don't know.
I'm having a great time.
I'm glad.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
I've never played one-on-one D&D, and it's literally just my favorite parts of D&D, but more.
Yeah. Oh shit. Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Thank you for agreeing to play with me. I appreciate it. It's
Thank you
that was
for
cool.
agreeing to play with me. What do you mean?
I don't know, bro. You could think of all the like, I don't know, League of Legends and G Fuel you could be playing right now.
And I play League of Legends because it's number one, it's fun, but number two, it's a way for me to get to spend more time with my friends.
Yeah,
And
true. What's
me
that
and you
like?
chronically have a hard time getting to like schedule time to hang out.
God, that's true. That's
So
entirely
like,
true.
look at this, haha.
Yeah, for real.
And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to like talk about
Yeah,
it.
go if you wanna speculate or whatever with Fishy about the game, or talk with her, or backseat game her as to what you think that
We
she
should make a
missed.
channel.
Then also go follow Fishy, and she streams most evenings in the week, so
I'm
you
very
can always
cringe,
go.
though, and I don't do D&D.
You're not cringe, you're cronge. Okay.
I'm cringe, but I'm free.
Okay. All right.
We should make a channel in the Discord.
We should. I'm gonna do. Hold on, I'm gonna get my outro real quick. We'll hang out for a minute and we'll talk about something after stream real quick.
Yeah, I'd love
But
to.
let me just do outro and then whatever. So thank you guys. Thank you, Mel, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Voivo, for the raid. Thank you, McBluff, for the 39 months. Thank you, Aduria, for the 39 months. DC for the 500 bits. Vidi for the 100 bits. DC for the 1x bit. And the tier 1. Thank you for the follow, Jovim Buzz. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Vidi. I appreciate it, guys. Have a great rest of your night. I will catch you all. Ooh. Okay, we're good. I'll catch you all later. Tomorrow's gonna be fun stuff. We're either gonna be drawing Runa, or we're gonna be drawing the Astral Knight Temple. And one of the two is gonna be equally as Pog Champion. I don't know which it is, but it's gonna be fucking sick. And then we're gonna be probably doing requests again for Friday. I'm not entirely sure how that's gonna look. There might be a very small chance I have to miss Friday, and I'll know that on Wednesday when I do a request dump. Or maybe I'll just pick some more requests from Discord or Twitter, because people already dropped the requests. Or maybe I'll actually make the fucking request channel like I've wanted to do for a while. That could happen too, but I don't know. But if you guys have any thoughts about the stream, this is obviously my first time playing D&D on stream, and obviously I said I wanted it to be extremely chill, extremely relaxed, just two friends hanging out podcast style, playing D&D together, and I'll probably do some other little production things and whatnot in the next couple of weeks, but I'm not going to go super high production value, whatever. I think it just kind of takes away from what I want out of this and what Fishy and I kind of agreed on what we want. So yeah, if you have guys any feedback about the one-on-one, if you have any feedback about the way it's played, or what was good or like what was bad, was like, yeah, this is really cool, but like this is kind of meh, like whatever. I'm happy for all that kind of feedback because I value your opinions, and I won't compromise on the sort of core of what I want to do. But if there's little knobs I can turn, little things I can tweak to make it a better experience for everyone,
I would love to know what that looks like. And thank you again, Fishy, for being amazing. We all love Fishy. She's fantastic. But until next time, my friends, feedback 2 more hours? You want to? I can't. I already asked Fishy to sit here for 5 hours now because we were on earlier. Jesus. Okay. Until next time, my friends. Farewell.